Echo-Based TV, where community happens. Echo-Based Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo-Based TV, where community happens. Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens. Echo Base Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens.
Base 1, this is Gold Leader. We're coming in hot. I promised the crew that we would not be late for Echo Base Network Live. Rear thrusters are engaged.
And welcome back to Echo Base Network. It is your boys, Coach and Nick. We are here.
What up?
We say it every week. We have a great show planned. It's so big. It's so massive.
It's gonna suck.
Oh no! Like, we don't have a lot to talk about from this past week.
Nothing.
So much. So much. We're going to get into all of those things. First of all, thank you for being here with us. 228 people strong. Please hit that
at the
like
beginning
button.
of the stream.
Yeah.
Hell
Do
yeah.
us a favor. I'm so choked up about it. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Coach is gonna start crying.
Do us a favor. Hit that like button. We need you. We need your help there. So please share out the stream, but definitely hit the like and engage with us in the chat. We want to know what you guys are thinking. Thank you for being here to our weekly Saturday night show that we call EBN Live. So glad that you come and you spend this Saturday with us. We look forward to it every single week. As always, guys, there are 4 ways that you can support us here on the channel. You can join our EBN membership family. We've already got 10 new members tonight. So welcome aboard to all of our new members. We're going to give you the proper welcome here in just a moment. You can also join our Patreon. Ooh, Patreon was on fire this week and under fire. It was on fire and under fire.
Both.
A lot of things going on. We got a great Patreon. Thank you to our patron supporters, and we're gonna get that thing. We're gonna keep rolling out great content. You can hit up our merch store. We got tons and tons and tons of great Star Wars shirts and merchandise, and your super chats are greatly appreciated because, guys, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, your super chats is what keeps the channel rolling. It really. It affords us your super chats and your memberships afford us to be able to do what we're doing here with you guys on a weekly basis. So thank you very much for all of that. Now, what's the agenda tonight? What are we doing? First of all, the return. He is back. Matt Rissman will be joining us probably in about an hour-ish. He's going to be here. He's already running the show in the background. So everybody let Matt Rissman know that you are glad that the moth has returned.
I got some cool stuff to show, too, before we get started on topics, just FYI.
Okay. Well, and we got all kinds of super chats and member chats. You know, and that's one of the perks from being a member is you get a super chat every like
Month.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
And it doesn't cost any money because you're a member. So you get to
Yep.
send it in, and we see that, and we get to talk about your member chat as well, which is really, really awesome. And I see super chats, and people have joined our member family. So before we get into our minor topics tonight, we're going to run through some minor topics, and then we're going to go deep diving in all things the latest in the big Star Wars news. Heavy dose of Mandalorian this week's episode, and what we think will happen next week. We want to know what you guys think about that. We will be having member pop-ins here later. One of the perks of a Grandmaster or a Jedi Master is that you get to pop in on the live stream on Saturdays when it's pop-in season, and it is that. So we will be having that. Also, after the show, after that, actually, we're going to be talking Picard. We're going to talk a little Star Trek with you guys. And boy, if you want to hear myself, Nick, and Risman just gush over something with all positivity, stick around. Because when we talk about Picard, that's what you're going to get. And we're actually going to go over to Discord following the show tonight. And every member of the channel, doesn't matter what level, and patron, by the way, you can meet us in Discord and watch the last episode of Picard with us in our latest EBN watch party. So, Nick, you got some things you want to share, and then we're going to go through and hit these super chats.
Yeah, couple things came in. Me and you both got Cardinal Sin coins. That's
sweet.
The front. That's the back. I'll give you yours when
awesome
when I see you. So hail to Cardinal Sin.
Hail Cardinal Sin
for these. And I got Sundowners Club got me this for my birthday, and I got the final pieces I needed. So you see R5 from Mando there. I got General Madine in there because I don't got a Luke X-Wing to go in there. But it's now complete minus the bomb at the bottom, which I don't honestly care that much about. It's just a super cool ship. Now this other stuff, anybody that is, hang on, let me move this. Anybody that is comics gators will know who Cecil is. And his comic, Cash Grab, came in this week. I'll probably be doing a review, posting it on our second channel, Echo Base Entertainment. If you guys aren't subbed over there, definitely go sub. Came with some trading cards, Ethan Van Sciver, Cecil, a lot of other people. Another comic with a different cover, Cash Grab, which is pretty cool. But this is the best part of what came with this, guys. Anybody know who that is? Anna, that Star Wars girl. This is a poster that came with Cash Grab, which is I like more than the comic that I got. I didn't know that was actually going to be a part of it, but super cool, really good artwork. And who doesn't like Leia slave outfit? I mean, you can't go wrong there. But yep, that's it. That's what came in this week. So just wanted to show that off.
Okay, well, me and my wife went to one of the plant stores, and I bought like 3 or 4 new plants and some pots to put in the.
That's not interesting.
It is to me. It is to me. All right, everybody. We got some things to hit here. Again, thank you all for being here very much. First of all, Brian T. Welcome to Brian T., who has joined as our very first Jedi Master member of the night. He joined our Jedi Masters. So thank you so much, Brian T., for that, my man.
And real quick, all Jedi Master members out there, if you've not got your t-shirt and you've been a Master member for 3 months, be sure to email us at echobasenetwork@gmail.com. And if you haven't got your Echo Base Network coin, sort of similar to the Cardinal Sin ones that I showed you, email us as well, and we'll get you in touch with Debbie, and she'll get one shipped to you guys, and we'll get a shirt sent out to y'all. So echobasenetwork@gmail.com for Master members.
Jeremy Turner with a $10 super chat. He says, "You guys have been on fire lately. I've been so disappointed by Star Wars and checked out after an hour of Pershing. I don't have time to watch a ton of TV, so carving out an hour felt like a betrayal." I get it.
Yeah.
If it's not worth it, don't watch it. And
Yeah.
you could always come to a channel like ours or some of our friends and hear us talk about it and talk about it with you, and we'll keep you updated on it. But I totally understand, Jeremy, where you're coming from, my man.
Season 3's been a slap in the face, man.
It really has. It really has. And we're going to get into that tonight. So thank you so much for your $10 super chat, my friend. JRG Projects with a $10 super chat. Den is going to die. We are going to die.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll be talking about that later, too.
Den is going to die. Filoni put his own characters up front. Ahsoka is on the way, along with Star Wars Rebels. All Filoni. Mando was a fab creation. KK wants to send a message on who is in charge to Iger. You know what I think is going to happen, Nick? Here's my bold prediction, okay? You guys tell me if you think I'm wrong or not. We'll talk more about this later in the show for sure. You know how the Cad Bane scene at the end of Book of Boba, like, some people were unsure whether he was alive or not. They kind of like left it hanging. I think that's what's going to happen with Den. I think that's what's going to happen with Din Djarin. I could totally be wrong. I have no reason to think this is purely just coming from me. Okay. I think that the writers are going to write him out of the show where they can leave him alive to come back later in something or what, maybe guest appear in what used to be his own show. I don't think we're going to see like a death scene. We're going to see something that could be a death scene, which would be cheap. Anyways, that's what I think. Do you want to comment?
Oh, I thought we were going to get into it later, but yeah. I think he's going to die. I think he's gone, and I'll be surprised if Favreau is around after this season, and definitely if he is, I'll be surprised if he's around after season 4.
Yep. Donna Hergenwither has gifted 5 Echo Base Network memberships. Thank you so much, Donna, for doing that. We love you. We love you. And welcome to the 5 new members from her gift. Rogue Sarge has gifted a $20 super chat. Hello, everyone at EBN. Hashtag John Graber lives. John Graber.
Oh,
John, I hope you're like coherent when we have pop-ins later. We would love to talk to you. You need counseling. Okay. Thank you, Rogue Sarge. We appreciate it, my brother. Felix Kiros with a $10 super chat. I'm hoping for the best in the next Mandalorian episode. I'm very nervous based on the leaks on YouTube. If Din dies, it will be the final slap on Star Wars fans. We are UREB and Star Wars forever. Let's go. I agree. If he dies, it's a slap in the face to us.
Yeah.
I'd rather see Grogu die.
Yeah.
I would honestly rather see Grogu die.
I can do that if you want.
Boo!
Just like that.
Coach went Hulk mode on the Grogu poster.
Just like that. Kill him. Sackville Baggins has gifted 1 Echo Base Network membership. Thank you so much, Sackville Baggins, for doing that. Snell's World has a $5 super chat. I think the spy acts woes based on earlier foreshadowing in the episode. So the spy, the title of the last episode was The Spies. So everybody's on that fact. They're like, what? There has to be more than one, right?
Armor.
Yeah. So I think that Armorer is the popular theory right now.
Yeah.
But Snell's World, that is a perfectly fine thought right there. You very well could be right, sir. It could be Axe Woves. So for some reason, they know that the Mandalorian showed up this time, even though before, when it was Din and Bo-Katan, they didn't know.
Coach, do you got the feeling that our expectations are going to be subverted in this next episode?
Every time. And it's so funny you say that because the writers and creators are telling us how they think we're going to feel. We're going to get into that later. So, Sackville Baggins has also joined as a member of the family. So, not only did he gift a membership, he also joined the member family. So, welcome to the Echo Base Network member family, my man. That is awesome. Let's see here. We have, Larry Wardowitz. Larry Wardowitz has also joined. Larry, if I'm mispronouncing that, give me the phonics in chat so I can pronounce it right, sir. Larry, welcome to the EBN member family as well. That is absolutely awesome. Venger with a 10-pound super chat regarding Picard. Another brilliant episode. Great to see the old girl back in her glory. Although I was disappointed when the rogue changeling's big bad was revealed, all I could think was, again. Yeah, I saw your comments on Patreon, and I get it. I get it. And you explained what you would have rather seen. And I'm with you. I totally understand. But for me, it all works. And I'm not gonna lie. I already watched the episode again today. I'm gonna watch it again with all you tonight. That's how much I like it. I cried today. I cried watching the episode. I cried. I had my wife was in there laughing at me.
Coach is a bitch.
She was laughing at me. She said, "You never cry for me. You cry for Star Trek." I go, "Yeah." What do you do? What do you do?
She's like, "This is the man I married."
Ginger, thank you so much for sending that in. JRG Projects with a $5 super chat. Star Trek Picard had the same problems you guys went through. Alex Kurtman to us as Star Trek fans is your Kathleen Kennedy. Terry Metalis is our Jon Favreau. Well, you're not wrong. That comment, JRG, would have even had more meaning a year ago.
Yeah.
Favreau has lessened of late.
Yeah.
But I totally get what you're saying there, the parallel between the two. And it definitely works, man. It definitely works. So thank you so much for sending in that $5 super chat, my friend. Scott Westbrook with a $5 super chat. Hey, Scott, good to see you. You are Echo Base Network, and all kinds of emojis going on, all kinds of X-Wings. I love it. I love it. I love it. So thank you so much, Scott Westbrook. The Sundowners Club has joined our Jedi Grand Master member family. Holy cow. That's our highest level of membership, guys. Wow. Thank you so much, Sundowners Club, for that. Speaking of memberships, Debbie Young has gifted 10 Echo Base Network memberships. Thank you, Mama Bear. You are amazing.
Mama Bear's the best.
Yes, she is. D. Curry with a
unless she's Cocaine Bear.
D. Curry with when she gets mad, she's Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
D. Curry with a $1.99 super chat. No touchy, bad baby.
Yeah. No.
Oh, I know.
Yes. No.
Okay, that's enough. All right. Thank you, D. Curry. Olaf Van S with €2. Loved Thursday on Drunk 3PO. Was on YouTube for 12 hours. Holy crap. We were honored, man. Like, we had so much fun over there with Drunk 3PO and Robot Head and Valiant and X-Wing and the two of us.
Yeah, it was a fun stream.
It was a great Star Wars chat. We talked about the things that we've loved in the last 3 years and the things that we have had struggles with. It was great. It was like therapy.
Yeah. Olaf Van Ness is a trooper, man. He is all over the place.
He is.
Over on Drunk streams, our streams, Mr. H streams that I do on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Olaf is the man.
Yep. But we appreciate Jay inviting us, and that was a lot of fun for us.
Yeah.
And I don't do a lot of guesting, if y'all didn't know that.
No.
Typically, the only place I go is John Graber's.
Yeah.
Because it's like one of those things, like, it's so bad you can't take your eyes off of it. So I have to go and just see that, you know. Anyways, I love you, John. Glad you're alive today. Clean off that deck, boy. Okay. Let's see. Graph Webb, the most consistent man on YouTube, Nick.
100%. I hearted like 5 of his chats.
Every video, it never fails.
Hashtag cancel Disney
Now,
Plus this week in videos.
Here's the funny thing, Graph Webb. Your comments don't show up for anybody until me and Nick approve them because of the hashtag. So they're hidden pending approval by us, but we always approve them, my man. So
links and hashtags are always held by YouTube, but when we go in there and read comments and stuff, we always check that stuff and go through them and approve them.
Graph Webb, $2. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus.
100%. I'm 100% on board. I've never been a subscriber to Disney Plus ever in my life.
The Gatekeepers Dymo with a $4.99 super chat. Here's 5 for the love and respect. I enjoyed hanging out with you yesterday over at Gregor's show of terror. So that was a lot of fun. And thank you so much for being here, brother. We appreciate you very much. Channel Starface with a $5 super chat. What is up, Felix? Ironic. They propped up Bo-Katan so much that her death would have a bigger impact. I agree. Wouldn't that be something, Nick, if Bo-Katan died?
No way that's happening. No way.
And then Din Djarin takes the Darksaber. He
no way. No way Disney Star Wars does that. Not with the Force's female women power agenda that they got going. I would bet my whole year's salary on it Bo-Katan doesn't die.
It would be so shocking.
It would be shocking. Like if that happened, like this week, guys, when we do our review and the review drops that morning, if she dies, I mean you'll see shock on my face.
And egg.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Channel Starface, for that super chat, my man. Jamal Muse with a $5 super chat. I don't think Din is going to die because it's not just more popular in the new Star Wars. He's the most profitable and won't make sense for the Dave Filoni movie. Okay, I see what you said. So I don't think Din is going to die because he's not just more popular in the new Star Wars. He's the more profitable and won't make sense for Dave Filoni movie. That's a lot of people are thinking that as well, Jamal. A lot of people do not think he's in danger of dying. You know, Star Wars Meg, even who she gets really good information. She's usually correct when she says something. She's saying Din Djarin ain't dying. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll get into it later. We'll get into it.
Yep.
We definitely got some thoughts on that.
Thank you, Jamal. Jedi Master Lawrence with a $3 super chat. Nick, you misspoke. You said Masters get a shirt and coin. Grandmasters.
Grandmasters. Grandmasters get a free shirt and Echo Base Network coin, which here we go. So this is the coin. That's one side of it. Established 2019. That is the other side of it.
Yep. Thank you.
It's a super cool collector's coin that we give to our members. So Masters and Grandmasters both get the coin. Grandmasters get the coin and the shirt. Just to clarify.
Yeah. Debbie Young.
And again, email us at echobasenetwork@gmail.com.
Debbie Young with a $4.99 super chat. Bite me, coach, with a bunch of angry faces. And I know why. Do you know why she said that, Nick?
No clue.
Here's why.
I can do that if you want.
Boo!
Did she send you that poster?
No.
Oh, okay.
But she's saying that because it was Grogu.
Oh yeah, Debbie. I'm telling you right now. I told Coach yesterday, dude, don't rip it up. Give it away as a giveaway on the show.
for me to poop on.
Yeah. No, he
No.
wasn't having it. He was ripping up that poster.
Yes, I was. All right. Let's see. Mattuine with a $10 super chat. First message. I think everyone is being misled by the Spies title. In every episode of The Mandalorian, the who or what of the title is revealed by the end of the episode. Okay.
I never thought about that. I'd literally have to go back and rewatch the episodes to see if I noticed that. I never picked up on that. I'm not saying Matt Tween's wrong. I've never picked up on that.
Yeah, that makes sense though. Like the episode of the title of the episode has to do with that episode.
Yeah.
And we don't like, if we were going to find out the Spies reveal in this coming episode, this episode would be called The Spies. I totally get it. I get what you're saying. And you're just a smart boy from Tennessee. We appreciate you, my man. John Yulden with $1.99. Do you think Disney Star Wars will improve? One day. I do.
Disney Star Wars for me?
One day. Yes, I do.
That's a tough one. For me, for it to improve under Disney, I think Disney's going to have to burn itself to the ground and basically rise up from the ashes under completely new management, not just at Lucasfilm, but at Disney itself, corporate Disney. If that doesn't happen, I think it would get better one day underneath somebody else.
I got you. That's a great question, though, John. Thank you for sending that in, my man. And I always have hope that we get it going the way that we want. It's going to have to take new leadership. This whole little culture war thing going on. They're going to have to take some heavy punches to start fixing it.
And also, I see in our comment section on our videos, just to touch on this super chats some more, every single week. If you guys hate it so much, why are you watching it? You're fans, but you're trashing on it. Well, yeah, because it's crap. Like, if you have a favorite restaurant and you love that restaurant and you go eat there every weekend, then one weekend you show up and they bring you a plate of crap, like a giant turd, and say, eat it. You're going to be like, this is crap, and you're going to complain about it. Disney Star Wars is crap on a plate. And just like you love that restaurant, we love Star Wars, so we're gonna complain about it. Like I don't think people understand that. I think people think, oh, they're just trying to get hate
just an
clicks and
easy
trying
thing
to hate
for them to say.
Yeah, no,
we have a Star Wars channel. What do you think we're going to talk about?
Yeah, I would much rather be on here praising everything that they're doing.
If anybody thinks that we created a Star Wars channel to crap on Star Wars, go back and look at the videos. Anyways.
And the thing is, I see that Junkman in the chat. If I loved a restaurant and it sucked for years, I wouldn't go back. Well, that's the thing about being passionate about something. Star Wars isn't just like some restaurant. It goes beyond that. I was just using that for an example. That's a lot of our childhood. That's like almost like Star Wars is like a family member to us. That's like saying one of your family members went off and got jacked up on drugs and hookers and stuff all the time, and then you just like walk away from them like, screw them. No, you're going to want to try to save that person, and we want to try to save Star Wars, and we're trying to let our voices be heard. We're trying to let everybody here in the community, here at Echo Base Network, let their voices be heard. I'm sure Disney's not listening, but maybe, one day they will. And if you don't try, it's definitely not going to change anything. So definitely got to try.
I'm just here to black pill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We take
because we're Black Pill Network.
Coach put a funny comment in one of our videos this week when somebody was talking about that same thing I was just talking about, and he was like, Rose Tico said you got to fight for what you love. We're just following orders.
They didn't know what to say, bro. I used their argument against them.
Yeah. Rose Tico said, fight for what you love. And that's what we're doing. You know?
By the way, I am the cyberbully Twitter champion, just so everybody knows. Okay. Tatooine, second part of his chat. I think the spies in episode 23 were the Mandos who were sent to spy out and secure Mandalore. Nothing more.
Possibly. We'll find out. We'll find out this week.
You know what, dude? He's right.
He might be.
He's right. They were the spies. They were spying on the planet and trying to infiltrate it.
But they thought that the planet was completely abandoned. I mean, why would you have to spy on a like if there was an empty desert and you go out there
you
to
are
like build a house?
You are full of these.
You wouldn't go out there to spy on the desert.
If you had 4 magnets on your desk, and like what are you doing?
You took one away. How many magnets would you have left?
Okay, thank you, Tatooine. I think it's interesting. Mexican Iron Man with a $5 super chat. Oh yeah, here. I got this. Okay.
Rissman's like, it's not Mexican Iron Man's time. It's Clifton 3D's time.
Mark Rissman equals Darth Disney Simples equals KK
loud.
Touchy Baby Pool Boy.
Well, I couldn't hear you. The music was too loud.
Oh, I can fix that. Let's try it again.
That's better.
Highlight it, Mr. Producer. Mark Rissman equals Darth Disney Simples equals KK Touchy Baby Pool Boy.
Oh my!
Hey,
he always has the best super chats.
Rissman's coming in hot later, y'all.
Yeah.
Look, Rissman made something. Y'all don't know about it. Look, he's coming. If Phil McCracken's here and Mike, this is going to trigger them. I think he wants to say hello. Hello.
Hey.
Welcome back. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted, Matt.
You're muted.
I was like, I wasn't going to highlight it. Can we just go on to Star Trek, please?
I know.
Go on to the next one.
You didn't want to highlight. That man sent us good buddy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Highlight the chat.
no.
All right. So look at his little. He's ready, man.
Look. Rissman is set up.
He got the setup, y'all.
Ready to go. Glad
Oh
to be
my
back.
God.
Ready to go.
Look at
I
the
know.
chat.
It's like, oh no.
Dang, that was loud. Sorry.
Somehow he's
The
reached.
dark side wins. Sounds do good on my speaker coach. Wristman. Oh, I love it.
I didn't notice when we highlight super chats, it takes us out of our borders.
Yep.
All
All
right.
right, guys.
I'm going to go.
All right,
I'll
later,
see you
Gator. Yes,
All
sir.
right, Matt.
Bye.
All right, let us proceed, sir. Clifton 3D with 249. It's all about the D. Enterprise
These
D.
nuts.
Enterprise D, that is. I am with you,
These
Clifton
nuts.
3D. Absolutely. So good. We're going to be talking about that here in just a few minutes. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Josh Main with a member chat. Hashtag cancel Disney. Hashtag Disney Star Wars sucks. Hashtag Grogu must die. Hell, Coach and Nick, both Din and Grogu need to die. The Praetorian Guards were cringe. The IG suit for Grogu was completely outrageous. All right, rant over. Thank you, Josh. That was a great member chat right there.
Yes.
Let's see here.
Who was that one?
Josh Main. And Was It Gear is our newest Jedi Master. We honor you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for joining our EBN member family. Latest Jedi Master member. That is awesome. Nova Vaughn sends in a member chat. Coach destroyed the Grogu poster on Graber's live stream. What will it take for him to destroy his Grogu mug? My wife bought that.
Yeah, that's a little bit more sentimental.
I can't do it.
Plus,
It makes me look like a Star Wars fan, you know?
Yeah, he's got to pose somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Nova Vaughn. The Gatekeepers Dymo has gifted 1 Echo Base Network membership. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Debbie Young with $4.99. I feel so lonely. No one asked me for a coin that is eligible to get one.
Yes, Debbie. Again, all masters, grandmasters. If you guys have not got a coin, email us. We will get you in touch with Debbie, and she will ship one to you, all for free.
Yep.
Same thing with grandmasters. Again, with the shirts, email us echobasenetwork@gmail.com, and we'll get one shipped out to you.
No, and I got to say that Mexican Iron Man bought our original batch of coins, and then some of our members raised them. They were lost. They were.
Yeah.
We were able to get a bunch of them out, but the remaining ones were lost.
Yeah.
And gone. They were accidentally thrown away. Honestly.
Yeah.
And our members.
That was Coach's fault.
Donated money and enabled us to buy more. So
for our members,
get your coin for sure. That junk man with $4.99. Love or hate new Star Wars, it's all coming from the same place. Love and passion for Star Wars. Exactly. Couldn't agree more with that one, my man. Thank you so much for sending that in. John Yulden with $1.99. They lure you back because we are passionate fans. That's exactly right, John.
Yeah.
It's easy to get me. Show me some X-Wings and a lightsaber and a little force and, Bo-Katan walking with the camera. Never mind. It's easy to get me. Thank you, John. Darth Wizzy Wizard with $2.79. May the whiz be with all of you at Echo Base. Thank you, Darth Wizzy Wiz. Graph Webb with a $2 super chat. Star Wars is jacked up on drugs and hookers and stuff. Rissman's probably trying to highlight it right now. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Exactly. That's where Star Wars is right now. Jacked up on drugs and hookers.
Yeah. Hey, Rissman, just so you know, in the chat area, when you unstar something, it's gone. So you can keep that area clean. If you see what I'm doing right there. So thank you, Darth Wizzy Wizard. And then the last one, and we're all caught up, Jedi Master Lawrence with a $5 super chat at Matooine. Sounds like the plot from Survivor Quest. Interesting. I've never
know
seen
Survivor
that.
Quest.
So, yep, that one is new to me. So that catches us.
I know
all
Galaxy's
up.
Quest.
Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Thank you for all the memberships. Welcome to our new members. Thank you for your super chats, and we're going to play these videos, and then we're going to be right back, and we're going to run you guys through these topics, and then we'll get to the main stuff of the night. As you continue to send in super chats to support the show and ask your question live here to our panel, we appreciate that, and we will cover and clear all super chats between each segment. So thank you guys so much for all of that. We are Echo Base Network, and this one, you know what? You might not see this one again tonight, but that was so many super chats. I got to give it to y'all. So here you go. Thank you. Network. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens. All right. So it is now time, Nick. Let's get through all these topics, and right up here at the top, what are we looking at? Not that.
Oh, I was getting to say that's like the last thing.
Yeah, grab. That's what happens when you come in late and be like, "Oh, I added something." When I had it already, but it's all cool. Grab 14 mostly good Star Wars games for $21. So, would you buy this for $21?
Me and X1 was talking games last night.
Yep. Well, here's the list. If you were interested in this huge mega pack of games for $21,
These are all Star Wars, and these are all Star Wars games.
Yep, and they're $1.50 a piece. Pretty
Ooh.
much. So the list is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic 2, Republic Commando, The Force Unleashed 2, Dark Forces 2, Mysteries of the Sith, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, Empire at War, Battlefront 2, the 2005 edition, Starfighter, and the Clone Wars Republic Hero. So you could get all of that. That is a great deal right there.
Yes.
No, those are old games.
Too bad TIE Fighter's not on there.
Yeah, that's true.
I just had X-Wing download TIE Fighter last night. I'm trying to talk him into streaming it.
Yeah.
He's never played it.
Yep.
I'm like, the story is so good. So good.
Fanatical's codes for this bundle will provide you with copies of each game on Steam. So this is for PC users only. So if you got some free time, summer's coming up, there's 14 Star Wars games that you can get into. And this is golden age of LucasArts kind of deal here, some of this. So go and get it, especially the Dark Forces stuff. So good one there. Now, up next, let's accept these cookies. Speaking of gaming, Jedi Outcast, the entire game now is available on the Quest 2. You could play the entire game in virtual reality. And Nick, I got to tell you, this summer, I do have plans to do that. I will go through the game in virtual reality. That's going to be a lot of fun right there.
Which one is it?
Jedi Outcast. They're working on Jedi Academy right now. The people that did this, they have, look, there's the guy right there playing it. The people that did this have a working demo for Jedi Academy right now, but they have released the full game of Outcast in VR. So, and I have the Quest 2. So this is going to be an easy, I think this one is $14 as well. So that is definitely something that I plan on doing.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'm guessing that's on the Oculus, like off Steam or something.
It's on the Quest 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured.
All right. So up next for you Bad Batchers out there, Bad Batch Season 3 was announced coming 2024. So yay, Mama Bear and Donna and all y'all. We're happy for you. We're happy for you.
I don't care.
Let us know how it goes. We love you guys. All right. Up next, Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Just want to remind everybody that at the end of this month, on the 28th, Return of the Jedi is coming back to a theater near you. It will be in the theater for one solid week. You got to go see this movie, folks. You got to go see this movie. April 28th, Coach going to be there. No doubt about it.
We'll both be there.
Yep. We will make a vlog
Yeah.
for the experience. So very, very cool right there. We got a little Ahsoka Rosario Dawson video here. Ahsoka Rosario Dawson hints at her favorite episode and fun surprises. It's a 3-minute little video here. Let's check it out.
I haven't seen this.
What surprised you about Dave's scripts that you were not expecting?
Oh my gosh, that hair.
That I had to wait so long in between them.
Go.
It was so painful. It was so exciting reading this and, getting that continuation of a story from Rebels, and the surprises of so many of the different characters that were coming through, but also just so nice to deep dive into where they're at emotionally. And you didn't get to see that so much we didn't get to explore that anyway so much on Mandalorian and, on Boba Fett, it was sort of like hints at it, but I think you get to see what that sacrifice that they're kind of still grappling with and the vigilance that it takes for them to still know that there's a threat out there that they have to be on top of. it's lonely business. You know what I mean? To kind of be out there fighting a threat that people don't even believe is real. And I think it's really exciting as we were kind of going along to see just how it was seeded and the context of it and the subtext of it, for the fans who know and the fans who don't. It was just really nice. You know, this is a character who can be implacable almost because she's so fierce and she's so capable, but you know, she's not finished with her journey. You know, she might be wiser, but she's not done. And so I think it was just really nice to kind of explore some of the tensions that exist there. You know, she's gone through a lot. We all know, for the fans who know, she's gone through a lot. And so it's nice to be able to explore that and kind of get into it.
Okay, she just said she's gone through a lot. It's nice that we get to explore that.
Yeah.
And we know that the first 4 episodes are going to be her past. Guys, I'm telling you right now, and we also know that Hayden Christensen is in the series. So it's definitely the scene I think that we all want, her talking to the Force ghost of Anakin Skywalker. We're going to get it.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a really, really good moment for all of us, I think.
Yeah. I'm trying to listen to what she's saying, but I can't stop looking at the snakes on top of her head and then the little tiny collider microphone that's in the square box.
So the first season, I don't know, it's either 8 or 10 episodes, something around there. Obviously, the whole season's going to be awesome. But of the 8 or 10 episodes, is there one, which is the one that you're most looking forward to fans seeing?
In the 1 to 5 episodes, I don't know. Or like, I mean, I'm kidding.
Whatever the number, because I really don't know.
Nice. I feel like you're gonna like look back in the video and see like when did her eye dilate or something. You know, I think. Damn. I mean, the first one really starts off really strong.
Does it?
I'll say I have a favorite. Maybe. There might be a favorite that I have that I really think about a lot.
Is it the finale or is it during the season?
There might be an episode that I really like a lot. Yeah.
I won't push you anymore. Thank you for your time. I'm really looking forward to
non-answer.
Not so much. I don't think that was subtle, but
not a lot there, but still very interesting.
And that dude with the black fingernail polish, come on, bro. That was so 2010.
Okay, so Filoni on the orange sabers. Nick, what did you think about when you first saw the orange sabers?
I thought about the Kenner lightsabers.
That's what Filoni brings up.
Oh, does he?
He does.
Oh,
he says, you know, and even Darth Vader's lightsaber in the original A New Hope, it had a tinge of orange to it. It wasn't all red. You know, it did have a tinge of orange. So I think, and now they're also saying, you know, the sabers indicate, you know, that these people are somewhat between good and evil, that they're in some type of struggle, and that's why their sabers aren't all red or whatever. I don't know about that. We'll see. That's interesting. But yeah, that's Filoni talks about that, and I thought it was pretty interesting to throw in there and look at real quick. Up next, what we have here is how Rey's return and a tired Mandalorian season riled up the fandom at Star Wars Celebration. And I got to tell you, we had a very successful Star Wars Celebration stream for those first 2 days.
Yeah.
And people did get riled up. And so many people...
justly so, too.
So many people were not shocked when the Daisy Ridley movie was announced. And now what we're having...
Because we weren't. Yeah.
Would you have been shocked if Pro didn't tell us?
Yeah. Definitely. Because I was in the mindset of the sequels divided the fandom so much. There was so much backlash. Yeah, they made money. between all three films, they made like $4 billion. Of course, Disney didn't make $4 billion. That's not profit for Disney. But box office numbers, they grossed in the box office $4 billion. But the divide and the hatred for those movies and how terrible the writing was, that was just a garbled, jumbled up, incohesive mess between all three of them. I was like, there's no way they're going to go back to these characters. That doesn't make any sense why they would do that. So if we had not did that video of Pro and he told us that like a month before this even happened and was announced, I would have been like, I can't believe this is happening.
I don't think it would have shocked me.
No.
I mean, I definitely would have been more shocked than I was. I wasn't shocked at all. It was like walking outside and seeing the sunrise. Like I expected it. You know, but had we not known, I wouldn't have been like, oh my gosh, can you believe that? Like, first of all, I probably would have been laughing.
Yeah.
But since then, since Celebration, the article basically alludes to it. Fandom is riled up. And a lot of fans I've seen have been posting that this movie has not been greenlit and it's not happening. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to disagree with you. Those people that think that, and we got over 400 people here. I'm sure some of you believe that. I don't know who. I've not been keeping tabs on who said it. I've seen it a lot. I've seen people post a lot. This movie is fake news. It's not happening. This movie's not fake news. And of the three, in my opinion, and of the three movies that KK announced, this is the one, in my opinion, that is most likely to happen.
I think most likely to happen would be the Filoni one with the culmination of the Mandoverse. I think that's for sure happening. I think this Rey one is a 50-50 thing. Being greenlit, that means it's not greenlit yet because they don't even have a script yet. So in a sense, that is true. They announced it. They basically announced that this is what they're working on. A movie doesn't get greenlit until there's a script and there's an approval and they start pre-production. Once it's greenlit, they can start pre-production. Once pre-production starts, it's greenlit. So technically, it's not greenlit yet. But it is in the works, and they did announce it. But if you go back to the video me and Coach just did a couple weeks ago with all the other Disney announced movies that never happened, that freaking got canceled or people left because of creative differences or scheduling didn't line up or whatever other lame excuse they come up with, maybe it'll happen, or maybe it will happen and it won't even be with the people that they're saying right now is involved in the project.
So the latest update,
it's up in the air.
So the latest update that we have, which we're going to get there in our show, I guess, but since we're mentioning it here now, we might just skip right over it. But Kathleen Kennedy, in an interview 5 days ago, said that that the script for the new movie is literally weeks away from being done.
6 weeks out. 6 weeks out. I read that article.
Look at you! I am shocked.
Yep. 6 weeks out. They should have a finalized script. Then they'll go into the approval process. They'll look into it. There'll be some more meetings and conversations between the executives and the producers and everybody who's going to be involved. And if they come to an agreement, they'll come up with a budget. They'll greenlight it, and then they'll have their budget, and they'll know what money they have to work with, and then they'll start in pre-production. So we're about 6 weeks out from that, and then it'll probably be about another week or two before it actually gets greenlit. But once pre-production starts, that will be announced. They'll come out with the article, and then once that happens, the movie's getting made. So,
yeah, I'm with you. All right, you want to hit these 2 super chats real quick, Nick, and I'll get us going to the next thing.
Let's see. Super Bad Mofo 1 for $5. The Lizzo Jack Black episode. I believe that the Christopher Lloyd line was a reference to Mr. Catlin Kennedy. The Lizzo, I believe that the Christopher Lloyd.
I don't remember the line that you're.
I don't remember
to.
I don't remember the line.
Yeah.
If you want to put the line, if you know what the line is and want to put it in the regular chat, Matt, if you want to be on the lookout for that from Super Bad Mofo 1, if you remember the line and just want to type it in the chat, we'll get it highlighted. But I like Coach. I don't remember the specific line that you're referring to.
Sorry.
I only watched the episode once.
Me too.
Brandon, that anime guy, one of our mods here, for $2. I do not believe anything except Duck Fisney. Yeah. Brandon is one of our hardcore Disney haters, and we love him for it. Debbie Young for $4.99. She wants that out before Indy starts, so if it flops, they can't stop it. She wants that out. What's that? I'm not sure what the Ray movie. I'm guessing she wants the Ray movie out before Indy starts, so if it flops, they can't stop it. Well, I mean, they can definitely stop it. But tons of movies have been stopped in pre-production. I mean, look at freaking Batgirl. That thing was done and they stopped it. So it's not outside the realm of possibilities. If Indy flops, Mangold probably will not get his movie that happens 25,000 years before. And KK may or may not be out the door. But the Ray movie still, no. Regardless, I think it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip whether this thing actually happens or not.
So that's how I feel about Filoni's movie. If viewership of The Mandalorian is on a steady decline, if Ahsoka doesn't perform well when it comes out, who's to say Disney's going to be like, well, yeah, let's go ahead and make a movie about an era that has declining interest.
Yeah, I mean, I think
sense.
I think that's a fair point for sure. I think there's still enough people that just eat up whatever Star Wars title is slapped onto a project. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. They're just going to be like, oh, it's world building. It's great. And they're just going to love everything. They're going to like that turd on a plate. As long as it's got that Star Wars name on it. I think there's enough people out there to where the ratings for Mando aren't going to just completely plummet, into the ground. They'll definitely take a hit, but I don't know if it's going to be a big enough hit to where they're going to be like, okay, well, we need to pull back and maybe not do this movie right now.
Yeah, I got you. All right, so up next, our last minor topic of the night, and we're going to get into, oh boy, how many do we got? About 12 or 15 main topics tonight. So,
yeah,
hope you guys.
We're going to try to fly through them quick, guys.
Yeah, I hope you weren't planning on going anywhere, but we are going to have pop-ins. So, but buckle up because we're about to really get going. But
and watch party on Discord.
Star Wars first F-bomb, real or fake?
Yeah. So when I first saw it, so we did a video. Well, Coach did a video on it earlier this week. Valiant actually sent us the clip. I saw that text message, listened to it, and I was like, that's totally fake. Somebody just put that in there. Coach did a video on it. I woke up and I was like, man, this cannot be real. So I went and pulled up the actual episode, fast forwarded to that part, and sure enough, it was real.
So I got to tell you, Nick, I didn't mention it, but when we watched it live, I thought I heard that.
See,
And
I didn't.
And I almost said to you, "Did you hear that?" But
Yeah,
I just kept watching, and I didn't open my mouth and comment,
well,
and then I just forgot about it.
well, you didn't watch the episode with me. Nikki did.
I watched it by myself. That's right.
Yeah.
I watched it that morning by
Yeah.
myself. I remember thinking, "Did I just hear that?"
Yeah.
And didn't.
Yeah, I
say
did not.
anything.
I did not catch it.
I didn't want to come across as crazy.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
look, we had somebody post like they're Italian, and they watched it in their, native tongue. They watched it in Italian, and they were like, and in my language, that's what they said. That is what they said.
Oh, I did not see that comment. Interesting. Yeah.
I slowed it down, folks, and changed the pitch. That's what he said.
Yeah, it is. And I cranked the volume up on my TV and I backed it up, listened to it, cranked the volume up some more, played it again. I listened to it probably 3 or 4 times. And that is what he says. I saw comments. It sounds like he's saying "Uki wiki wiki washa" something. No, bruh. That's not what it says.
There's people that don't want to believe it.
Yeah. I mean, if you just don't want to believe it, that's fine. But I mean, I don't know how much more clear that can get you some good headphones and watch that scene again.
Yeah. Go watch our video. I broke it down.
And I got Dolby Atmos, surround sound and all that at the house. So the audio comes in crystal clear for me. And yeah, it's real. So
Quill's coming back.
A lot of people saying that's Favreau's like message that he's out, like kind of implemented into the show. Maybe, but who knows? I doubt it. But I do think he's going to be out at some point on his own. Like I don't think he wants to be there anymore.
All right, first main topic of the night. Kathleen Kennedy interviews, or this interview here. And the main thing, we're not going to listen to the 4.5 minutes that she gives. I just want to zero in on, let me find it. Not Cal Kestis. Not that. Right here. I asked you before Obi-Wan Kenobi aired if there was any chance of a season 2, and you said it was a 1-season story, but to never say never. It's a year later, so I'm going to ask you again, any chance for more Obi-Wan? She says, I always hesitate to say, no, we won't do anything more with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Maybe what we end up doing is something that gets incorporated in some of the other stories we're doing, or eventually into a movie, but who knows? But right now, it's still our standalone limited series. We have no plans for expansion right now.
Thank
it's not
God.
Happening. There's not going to be a Kenobi season 2.
That Kenobi show was the biggest pile of trash I've ever seen. Disney put it like it was sequel level bad. The canon breaking.
How crazy is it that they had Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen back for an entire
completely
show?
Ruined it. Yeah,
and they couldn't even pull it off.
Yeah, completely just ruined everything. I absolutely hate that show. I will never watch it again. It is terrible what they did. I can't believe they brought Ewan and Hayden back for that steaming pile of crap that they gave us. It was god awful. Yep. I'm glad there's no season 2. Don't ruin those characters anymore.
All right, let's keep moving. So up next, KK's comments on the Rey movie, the synopsis of the Rey movie, and she says that there's a lot of interest in post-episode 9. A lot of fan interest is what she says. So let's look at her words here.
I don't see any in our comment section.
As we move into the future space, this story is about 15 years outside of the rise of Skywalker. Obviously, we realized post-war, post First Order, Rise of the New Jedi Order, we left Episode 9 with Rey making a commitment to Luke Skywalker that she would rebuild the Jedi Order, Kennedy explained. And so here we are. We're ready to do that. And it took a lot of discussion because obviously we've been developing stories in different spaces, and television has been a big focus of our attention right now. But there's still so much interest in what happens after the Rise of Skywalker, so we're excited to be doing that. What? What?
Yeah.
Now, I would, Risman was there. He was at Celebration and probably has a much better feel.
Yeah.
But do the people that go to Celebration, do they represent the normal Star Wars fan? Like, where do you think we fall? Do you think the majority of Star Wars fans are excited about a Rey movie? I don't.
Is that to say nobody is? No, of
Yeah.
course not. Of
And-
course
and-
there's people out there excited for a Rey movie.
The video that I did that got 170,000 views about the clapping that Daisy Ridley and Kathleen Kennedy received. There's several people that posted on that video. This is either an altered video, which it's not, or it's just a bad camera. It's a bad phone.
That doesn't pick up the audio.
Because she got a much better reception. They're like, I was there. It was like a standing ovation. I also have people in the same video comment say, I was there.
And it was worse.
And, well, no, I didn't see anybody say that. I don't know if you saw a comment.
I
that
did.
said that.
I saw a comment that said it was worse than this video shows. There were people that were booing and not clapping at all.
All right. Well, what I was trying to say was there are people that say I was there and I didn't clap. A lot of the people around me were clapping, but I wasn't clapping. So it wasn't like it was this big, overwhelming, deal or whatever. Why don't you tell us what you think?
So I was there. And
give us the breakdown, Matt.
And I would say that the crowd was much more enthusiastic for Daisy being on stage than when Kathy came out. If we're trying to compare enthusiasm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
I would say, and I think it also, remember, there was 3 opportunities to see these main panels. One was in person where they were happening, what was called the celebration stage, which held about 4,500 people. And then there were 2 satellite stages, which held less. And basically they restreamed it to those 2 other places. Yeah. And so I ended up sneaking into a rebroadcast location for this particular panel. So what I heard was a rebroadcasted reaction to what was going on at the studio showcase. I didn't hear any boos, right? I will say anecdotally, as I spoke to people who were there, we are not alone with our reaction to Kathy Kennedy and what's been going on here, over the last several years in regards to how the franchise has progressed, specifically cinematically. There does seem to be a lot of angst around the lack of movies. And from what I saw, just in the folks I spoke to, again, it's totally anecdotally, right? A lot of people seem aligned on Kathy hasn't been great for movies. On the flip side, people seem to like the Apple TV content.
Apple TV?
Well, I mean, the Disney Plus content. Disney Plus content, right? The streaming online content that we've been getting seemed to be generally well received, whether it was Book of Boba Fett, Kenobi. I have to tell you, they are huge Andor fans overseas, which I don't think that would surprise us because it was filmed there.
Yeah.
Right. But the biggest cosplay was Narkina 5, no way, one way out. Everyone was in the uniform. I mean, they really, really love Andor in Europe, it would seem.
So you were in the room when Daisy walked out.
I was on the restream, yeah, but in the room I was at on the restream and what was coming over, people were very into it. I think
Okay.
people like Daisy Ridley. Do they like Rey so much? Do they? I'm not saying everyone loved the sequels that was there, right? But they were really.
I'm just trying to get a
Daisy Ridley.
sense of the excitement in the room when she walked out, because the way that they didn't say it was Daisy. You didn't know until she walked out.
Yeah.
You know, this movie's gonna be led by this person. We're gonna bring them out right now. This is the next Star Wars movie. Whatever. However they did it, and then Daisy Ridley walks out, and you know, I watched the video. And I literally just reacted to it. Now, was it more than what Kathy got? For sure. I think the way I felt about it was, man, a room of 3,500 people
45.
cheering and clapping. I would expect more of.
I heard more from the Diego Luna than for.
So
Rey.
I have to tell you. So I didn't hear boos. I see people in the chat. I didn't hear boos on KK, but I have to say when Tony Gilroy, Diego Luna, and the Andor cast came out, it was thunderous. I mean, it was hooting and hollering, and I think again, it's geographically not surprising, right? I think because so much of that was filmed locally to where we were at, people were just they loved to represent that series. But it was like Tony Gilroy's praise and applause and hooting and hollering compared to Kathy Kennedy was like a night and day's difference. Night and day.
All right.
Sixth element of hip hop. We have a video on our channel. If you just go to videos and you'll see
the
it
thumbnail
within
says
the last
fans
week.
don't clap.
Fans don't clap. Yep.
Green Lantern sends in a member chat. He says, Coach and Nick, if you had to speculate, who would you think or want Disney Lucasfilm to be handed off to? Just heard that Apple might buy it. Thanks for being awesome. We are UREBN.
So there's a guy, I cannot remember what his name is, but I heard Robert Meyer Burnett talking about him last night. He is a somewhat of a studio head over at Hulu that apparently knows tons about story and writing. And I trust R&B's judgment on those kind of people. So whoever it goes to, I'd want that guy. I can't remember. I wish I could remember the guy's name, but I mean, outside of Disney, I mean, Amazon gave us Rings of Power, which was trash, so I don't really trust them. Apple, I mean, they're just another corporation. Honestly, I would feel a lot better if it was in Echo Base Network's hands. If me and Coach were in charge, I think it would be a lot better off.
I don't know who I would want. I don't. That's something I've never really thought about a lot.
I don't want it to go to another corporation is my thing. If anything, I'd want it to go back to George, and I just want George to put people he trusted to do a good job. But the thing is also, George isn't really that trustworthy, in my opinion, either.
I would not want it to go back to
he's
George
made.
Lucas.
So, again, that's just sort of like I don't know. I mean, that's a tough question to answer. It really is.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Up next, we have
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
KK says the Rey Star Wars return has been in the works for years. So way before Daisley's visit to Lucasfilm, I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe. We covered that when she did that. Seems like that might have been like August or something. there. But she says we've been working on that film for a few years, and all of that feeds into our overall storytelling. So we've got to the point now where we've got a wonderful writer in Stephen Knight. He's come on board, and we're going to see a script probably the next month and a half. And we've been working on it for quite a while, so we're getting close. So that's the update right there with KK and the Rey movie, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Edwards sends in a $4.99 super chat. So who do you think might cameo in the Mandalorian season 3 finale? Who might die? I think we might see Ahsoka and Harrison Dula.
I think for me, Coach, who do you think before I break in? Who do you think?
I don't think we get anybody from Rebels. I could see the only one I could see would be Thrawn at the end.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you think
tie into Ahsoka because that's what's coming next? You know.
I think we might see Boba Fett. If I had to put my money on a cameo
his helmet was on the poster.
Well, it's been teased on the poster. It's been teased on on one of the overseas Twitter accounts. I think it's a Mandalorian story. Arguably, Boba Fett's Mandalorian. It would make sense to me to see him in some way. I personally don't think we're going to see Thrawn. I don't. Maybe we'll see Ahsoka and Sabine. I think it's reasonable to believe there should be some tie-in to Ahsoka somewhere, somehow coming. In the finale. But we have apparently 38 minutes to work with. I don't know. But my money's on Boba Fett. If I had to put money on something.
What about die?
What about who?
Who's going to die?
Oh.
And we're getting here. Like that's where we're headed.
I can tell you who I hope dies. Does that count?
Sure.
I hope Din dies. And the main reason why I say that I hope he dies is because that would at least pay off his arc. I feel like his participation in this season and his arc has been greatly diminished. Whatever we want to put behind that reason, I don't know. All I'm saying is, and I see online, oh, Din can't die. We don't want Din to die. All these things, and I'm going to get canceled in the chat for this. But at this point, I'm like, the Din Djarin that we've gotten in season 3, for me, is not the Din Djarin that we got in 2 seasons and 3 episodes, right? The first 2 seasons and then Book of Boba Fett. He's felt completely optional in this season, with the exception of being used as a way to get Bo-Katan the Darksaber again. So I'm like, to me, the best way to pay him off would be kill him.
I could not agree more.
Do I think it's going to happen? 50-50.
Did you hear what I said earlier about they're going to give us one of those pseudo deaths where he could have lived? That's what they like to do. And look, and while we're on the topic, I'll just say this. I thought Paz Vizsla's death was incredibly dumb. All he had to do was run inside the room and let the blast doors close.
Bo-Katan could have used the Darksaber to cut the door open versus let them. There's a lot of.
What a needless death.
There's a lot of things. Well, they wanted to bring the Praetorians in. As much as I like this last episode in comparison to the rest of the season, which I haven't liked, right? I can still point to more than a few things in this last episode that just really made no sense at all. Mm-hmm. But at this point, I'm like, if the barrier to entry was the first 6 episodes, just got to keep going.
Yeah.
At this point, right? So I'm like, I don't know what to make of this season. Other than it hasn't been a win for me.
No.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott, for sending that in. Rock Lee with a $1.99 super chat. I will sell it to HBO Max. I'd agree with that. I'd be totally fine with that.
It's just Max now because they're dumb enough to drop
HBO. Where you can go to see HBO.
Why of all the things? Why didn't you call it HBO Plus or HBO Extra or anything other than just
HBO Go? From the beginning was fine.
What was wrong with HBO Max?
Yeah,
I don't know.
HBO is known worldwide. HBO. It's so dumb for them to remove the HBO. It's like Coca-Cola saying we're
just cola now. We're just cola, Nick.
We're just cola.
It's just cola.
All right, Rock Lee with $4.99. They have better storytelling shows like House of the Dragon and The Last of Us. So I agree, bro. I agree, Rock. Thank you so much for sending that in. The Matt Cave has been a member for 25 months. What is up, Matt Cave? He says, getting tickets to take my son to the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. I can't wait. He's so excited. I hope the theater is packed with multiple generations. We are, you are. Echo Base Network. May the Force be with you. Thank you, Matt Cave. And hope you'll have a great time.
By the way, on this point, even though the tickets are not on sale yet, if you go to Fandango and put in your local zip, you can at least figure out which theaters close to you are selling the tickets.
I'm gonna do that.
The tickets are not on sale yet. So, and I was a little disappointed because it seems like it's a Cinemark thing, by the way. At least locally, it's Cinemark. You guys can tell me if you see the same thing. We don't have one. Sometimes they do this.
Y'all got one in Homewood.
But it's not at I have a Cinemark that's really close. It wasn't there. Then I have a Cinemark 2 miles away. It's going to be there. I don't know when the tickets go on sale, but check your Fandango for your address and you can at least see who in your area will be showing it.
Scott Edwards with $1.99. Will Bo fight Gideon and ride the Mythosaur? That's one thing that I don't think will happen. I don't think we're going to see Moff Gideon lose in the finale like we just saw him in the season 2 finale.
He just showed up.
Yeah, I don't. So if they fight, he wins. And that makes me think that they don't.
Yeah.
I don't. But interesting thoughts there. And thank you, my man Scott, for sending that in. Great question. Brandon, the anime guy, Risman Usurper, EBN Rebellion. Hey, I'm telling you, the man's taking over.
No.
No, yes.
So
says
yes.
So I'm on Fandango and I went to the dates. There's nothing listed.
Oh, that's tough. Because that's how
is it supposed to be listed for those?
Yeah,
dates?
so that's how I found it. And Matt Cave confirmed he did the same thing. So I punched out, even though I had put let Fandango let me know when the tickets drop. Just on a whim today, I went back to Fandango and I said, first I searched for Return of the Jedi, I put my zip in, and then it showed me two Cinemark theaters, some distance away that will have it.
So it looks like I can sign up for an email alert when tickets go on sale, but it doesn't show me. It's not till the 28th.
Yeah, you have to check the 28th or later. So it's a week starting.
I thought it was the 20th.
No. Start on the 28th and then do the same thing. Then you should find at least a couple theaters some distance away, I would hope. So Mattween, I see an interesting question from Mattween. Mattween says, what is Mando's season 4 without Din? Just more Grogu. So what is? I was going to say, what is Mando's season 3? I mean, this isn't so interesting to me, right? Because I feel like, Din's been in season 3, but I feel like we're getting the Bo-Katan series that was rumored, right? Some time ago, they said, there's a Bo-Katan series, they call a spin-off series coming, and it's in production. I'm like, yeah, we're watching it. We've been watching it this whole time.
And the other thing that annoys me, because I've seen this out there in comment sections and chats all over the place, social media, YouTube. It's called The Mandalorian.
I know.
Everybody's all these different people are Mandalorians. It's not just Din. The first 2 seasons, what was the main focus?
Grogu,
Djarin.
son.
It
was Grogu, son. Quite refreshing.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think
the
they've
thing
always
about that,
implied that it's been about.
I agree.
Din
The
Djarin.
Mandalorian I thought was about Din Djarin, but I remember we got receipts, so I can say this. That was one of my criticisms of season 1. 3 or 4 episodes in, I was like, what is this show about? Is this show about the bounty hunter and, the lone wolf and his cub? I didn't know that it was about that. They didn't tell us it was about that. I get that they wanted to keep Grogu a secret. I get that. Okay. Great job. That was the right thing to do. But it took me several episodes to realize what the show, in fact, was about. Lucasfilm does not name shows or movies well. They just don't. The Mandalorian. That's not what the show's about.
And people will counter that with, well, they never pluralized it because as we've been going on, it was only about one Mandalorian. And now here we are where we are, and it's about many Mandalorians, right? And Mandalore and Bo-Katan and all these things. And I'm like, it's not that I necessarily have a problem with that. It's then let's officially stop that story arc seems to have stopped in Book of Boba Fett, and yet he's hanging around. Like, let's just rip the Band-Aid off.
I agree.
All right. We got a few more super chats that have come in. So we've got the Swamp Penguin for $1.99. Rissman's chair makes him look like Ahsoka.
Oh, with the
Leku's coming down, really? Okay. That's the first time I've heard that, but I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you for that, the Swamp Penguin. We've got Snell's World for $2. Also confirming Cinemark 2 minutes away. Very lucky. So I do think Return of the Jedi seems to be a Cinemark exclusive. So,
how close are we, Nick, to your place?
I looked at my zip code and there's not anything. So it looks like the closest Cinemark
Go ahead, Matt.
is in Huntsville.
Oof.
What?
Yeah, it's only in Alabama.
Yeah, I don't think it's a wide release, which is a little disappointing.
Oh my gosh!
Like I said, I have a
road trip.
I might have to drive up there.
Yeah,
road trip.
It's not my closest Cinemark, and it's a beautiful new one that they built. Half a mile from here.
Oh, yeah,
the one that's a couple miles away. So
yeah, and that's the one at Bridge Street, which is nice because I can get some sushi and some drinks there. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Snell's World.
We don't want to eat the Monaco. We'll go to a better place than that.
2 minutes away. Good for you. Good for you.
All right.
We got Bill Tackett for $5.
Hell, Bill.
Gideon possibly keep Mando captive into next season.
I think it's possible. Yeah.
I think that's most likely. Of all the things that could happen, him dying. I think that's most likely. When you put your head down like that, I feel like you disagree.
Who?
Yeah, you're getting.
So what I'm
salty. You're getting salty.
No. What I'm reflecting on is the scuttlebutt that says the season culminates in some sort of a big ceremony, right, where the armorer is anointing and doing things, and implies that they are successful in retaking Mandalore. And so I'm confused by that. I'm confused by that scuttlebutt and where they left this and how it does or doesn't influence what happens to Din, and whether or not Moff Gideon is or isn't successful in keeping his stronghold. Something about this, and that could be completely wrong, by the way. The easiest answer is that's wrong, and we're going to get something different. But so I'm confused. I'm confused about the motivation for keeping Din alive, other than to try and encourage them to come and rescue him. I do get that, but it there's just something about the story that hasn't checked out for me quite yet.
So I'm with you. This finale needs, in my opinion, needs to give us an Empire Strikes Back type of feel
I agree.
where the bad guys are winning. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think that they're going to pull this off. And I only say that based on the season as a whole. The season as a whole has been a miss. And what's my confidence in Lucasfilm getting this finale right? About that.
No.
About that.
Well, and again, right is subjective depending on your frame of. But I'm with you. I'm just like, I don't. It just hasn't. It just hasn't connected for me quite yet. We'll obviously see soon enough. So I personally hope they don't drag out a Mando captivity storyline.
I don't think they will. Do I think it's possible? Yeah, but I don't think they will.
Thank you, Bill. Good to see you here.
Thank you,
Thanks for the
Bill.
super chat.
Awesome.
We got Brandon the anime guy for $2. How about the Mario Brothers? Hashtag
Yes.
NCU, hashtag Duck Disney. So I just earlier today, this afternoon, I saw the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, did you go see it?
I did go and see it.
Oh, okay. What'd you think?
I had to tell you honestly, I had such a great time. I thought the animation was really, really well done. I thought they did a great job with the music and the way they brought in the music from the video game. And I myself and everyone else that was in the theater, and there was a nice crowd in the theater, we all seemed to just really have a good time watching it. And I wouldn't mind seeing a sequel. And I have to say, the animation killed it. In comparison to, Disney animation or any of the rest of the stuff. I mean, it was really, really, really well done. I really liked it.
But would you say
I found the experience quite refreshing.
It was both refreshing and soothing, son. Both of those things were true. Both of those things were true.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. I haven't seen it yet. These two jokers have seen it. I have not.
I'll go out on a limb and I'll say I think you'll like it, Nick. I really do.
Yeah. From everything else I've been hearing, I think I will as well.
It was.
You don't know what I'm doing, do you, Dick?
No,
I do.
Oh,
and like I say, they brought in some Nintendo elements that I was not expecting in a Super Mario Brothers movie. They were appropriate, and when I think back at it, I was like, okay, I could see that.
Can you imagine being somebody trying to find all the Easter eggs in that movie?
Oh gosh, you just looking when he went back to Brooklyn, just looking at his bedroom and everything that was there. I mean,
they're everywhere. You remember that movie?
He was playing Metroid on Nintendo at the beginning. I'm like, what is going on?
We watched a movie in your backyard on the big screen in Birmingham. It was this arcadey movie.
Oh, Ready Player One.
Yeah. You remember all the Easter eggs that movie had?
Yeah.
Mario has way more.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Wow.
So crap, I was about to say something and I forgot what it was.
Well, we got super chats to hit if you don't.
Go ahead. It'll come back to me.
Thank you, Brandon.
All right.
DKRE for $4.99. For the past year, I did say Star Wars was jumping the shark with Mando and Grogu.
Not wrong. You were not wrong. Yeah, this season. Well, the thing is, I think a couple of the episodes have definitely jumped the shark, but Mando and Grogu have played very small roles this season and had very little impact, in my opinion. So Mando and Grogu jumping the shark. The show, yeah.
Yeah,
Especially some of the episodes, for sure.
I have to say, one of the things that I'm very interested to see primarily again, as a result of the finale is what in heaven's name are they going to do for season 4? I am so confused at this point. You know what I mean? What could they, where could it, maybe that's what they're intending. I don't know. But where could they possibly go for a 4th season? I haven't the faintest idea at the moment.
Yeah, no clue. I mean, I don't even know where I'm at right now.
Right? And again, is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't know. But thank you, DKRA, for the $4.99. Sundowners Club, $5. Have you guys heard? Hey, good to see you again. Have you guys heard any rumor about Iger rolling Filoni as head of creative under John Early once Kathy leaves? So basically, Early would replace Kathy.
It didn't Filoni already get put into a creative lead position already?
Yeah. I think what this speculation or what this Sundowners is referring to here is we've always assumed that when KK leaves, there'll be a replacement KK. But Iger's play so far in other areas seems to be a consolidation of leadership. So the thinking here is they wouldn't necessarily have another KK. They would just roll it under Early, and basically Filoni would oversee Star Wars.
Okay.
For you know what I mean? But there would not be another KK per se.
So phony Filoni would be in charge of the whole kit and caboodle. Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could see him, if you wanted to make an analogy, right? You would see him as sort of the Kevin Feige-esque as for Star Wars.
He couldn't be any worse than the job KK's done for sure. But I don't like a lot of his stuff either. So like I almost think that he needs to be on a short leash, in my opinion. But I don't know. That's just me. I know a lot of people really like Filoni, but I'm not a huge fan. I don't hate him.
It's
It's
funny.
not like KK, but
I watch the chat and I see I see him. It's always such a mix with Filoni, right? I see Filoni baloney and full Filoni and Filoni's okay and so on and so forth. I mean, I don't know. It's a real tough one for me because I think whether it's Filoni or KK or Early, however you say his name, right? Whoever it is, it seems like they're the next couple years anyway of content is already set and in production. So I kind of go to, I almost don't care.
Yeah.
Not at this moment anyway. Yeah. But for the future, I think it matters. But for right now, I'm kind of like, we're already committed to what they're doing in the rest of this year into next year and probably early 2025. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
I bet Filoni thinks he's such hot shit right now.
He had such a he seemed very reflective and very emotional every time I saw him presenting or speaking at Celebration, especially, of course, for the Clone Wars 15-year retrospective.
God, is that 15 years now?
That they were doing and just how all that came to pass. But every other time since then, he just seemed he just seemed, even for Filoni, right, very emotional and just very, you could tell he was processing a lot. Other people have said, oh, it was jet lag, or for both he and Favreau, but I don't know. It seemed like more of that to me. He just seemed very overwhelmed. I think that's probably the best way I could sum it up. For what reason? I don't know. I really don't. But it was like every other panel was Filoni and or Favreau together, doing all these things. And when Filoni's movie was announced, Favreau was announced as producing it. So even that connection seems to persist towards that movie, whenever it might come out. Personally, I don't think that movie's going to come out until 2029 if it does materialize, because I think they have a lot of other
Lord.
I don't think it's anytime soon. Because remember, they were going to do 2025, 2027, 2029.
God, I'll be 50 years old then.
Well, I'll be older
That's
than
insane.
that. But I think we're going to get the Rey movie. I think we have a better chance of getting the Mangold movie before we get the Filoni movie, just because I think they want to continue to capitalize on the Mandalorian on Disney Plus. And why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Do you think Peter Jackson could do a good Star Wars movie?
Wow, I would think so. Is Peter Jackson doing things? What's Peter Jackson up to?
I don't know what he's involved in. I know that wasn't it Apple? Who was it? Apple or somebody else got some other rights to Lord of the Rings, and he's going to be involved in it.
Oh, well, that's
it's not Amazon.
No, it's the original folks got the rights back to make movies. The ones who made the Lord of the Rings.
New Line?
No, Warner Brothers. It was Warner Brothers.
Oh, Warner Brothers?
Pretty sure.
So I wonder. I mean, I'm guessing he's going to be working on some of that.
I do think he was named as a consultant there, right? I don't think they were. Maybe they're still negotiating, but I don't think he was. I don't think
Warner
he was
Brothers on
named as,
HBO Max. So.
Yeah. Well, just Max. Just Max.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just Max now. We'll start in May 23rd.
Yeah. Thank you, Sundowners Club, for the $5. Got some more to get through.
Real quick. I don't know if Sundowners Club was here earlier. Hang on.
Wait. Oh, he's got something to show. Wait, that's right. Sundowners Club sent him something. Come back. Bring it to him. Bring it to them.
I got the other parts for the Y-wing in. So now it is complete.
There you go.
Sundowners Club got me this for my birthday. It was missing one of these little rod long pieces and one of the back pieces. But I found it on eBay and got it, and now it's complete. I got R5 in there.
Well, he is a hero of the whole Republic. So
yeah, General Madine in there because I didn't have a Luke X-wing figure, but I freaking love this thing, man. So freaking cool, so freaking nice for Sundowners Club to have gotten me that.
Looking good. Thank you, Sundowners Club. Really appreciate it. All right, so let's keep going. John M for $2. Oh no. I'm telling you, we'll get KKS Mara Jade.
Man, I would not be surprised at this point, honestly.
I think, thankfully, well, not thankfully.
Why is Coach just playing all this stuff and not on camera?
I don't think we're going to get a Mara Jade, so I think we won't get KK as Mara Jade for that reason. But thank you, John M, for the $2. Appreciate it. Snell's World for $2. The retaking of Mandalore should be a season.
I think that would be too long.
Isn't
8 episodes to just take back Mandalore the whole time?
Aren't we getting that season now?
Yeah.
What season are we watching? This is what I'm so confused when I see things like that. It's like, what are we watching?
Yeah. I mean, the retaking Mandalore should be like maybe stretched over 2-3 at the max. But I mean, they gotta. I mean, if you made the whole season about one story arc with just constant battling and all that sort of stuff, I mean, after a while, people just start getting bored. Like, just it's like shit, or get off the pot, man. Like do it already. Like, we don't want to see it stretched out over 8 episodes. Like the thing is, the beginning of season 3, me and Coach are watching it, and it's like Mando gets his little revival bath and is redeemed, and it's like, wow, that's like after episode 2, that's done. All right, we're moving here. We're moving it. I'm liking it. And then it's just the season crash and burn after that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a broken record, but I was kind of over Mandalore because I feel like, and I know not everyone's been into all the animated series and all that. I get it. But for those folks who have followed the story of Mandalore now for years, I'm kind of like, Mandalore again, live action or otherwise. I'm kind of over it. So for me, I feel like if they were going to tell the story of that, which I still don't understand why, other than they're Mandalorians and they want to go back home, I do get that. I'm like, this has been enough for me. That's why I really hope they do close down that part of the story in this finale. Otherwise, if season 4 is still like, we're still trying to restate it.
What do we got to look forward to? They're still trying.
We didn't
Come
quite
back for season
do it.
4 to where you can actually see it happen.
I'll be like, oh boy, So, but I get
the I definitely think that they need to lock this Mandalore thing up. But I guarantee you, season 4, if they do, like, the whole planet will be built, the whole cities, everything. Like, Mandalore's back. Like, all these buildings will be everywhere. It's like, do they have like building replicators or something? It's like Navarro. We go back to Navarro, and it's like all new and fresh, and I'm like, golly, how much time has passed?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say
between 0 and 2 years.
Every time they show us more of the underground at Mandalore, I'm like, this is gonna take a minute. And even Bo-Katan was like, we can't rebuild this. And then Din Djarin's like, that's what we do. We rebuild what. I'm like, oh my god, even she thinks no. It's like, what is going on? I don't get it. Well, thanks for that super chat. Let's keep going. Brandon the Anime Guy for $2. I think he's still referring to Super Mario Brothers. Oh, we're getting more than a sequel, in my opinion. Smiley face. Yeah, I mean, I think it's done. I don't know what I saw, $500 million and plus on the box office.
He's talking about
still on Super Mario.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's going to be a whole. They've already talked about it. They've already been working on the Zelda movie for quite some time now. We'll probably get it in the next 2 years. Metroid. It's all going to become one big, huge universe. It'll all come together like the Avengers. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. They're going to destroy Disney, and I'm excited. Me and Coach might start covering Nintendo Cinematic Universe on this channel.
And the interesting thing for me was there were younger folks in my theater. So I mean, there were those of us
teenagers stuff, or like 20-year-olds.
No, I'm talking about kids.
Oh, right? Yeah. Kids,
so
for sure.
Folks that I wouldn't have expected to maybe necessarily have ever experienced Super Mario Brothers, at least not initially. But
Brandon the Anime Guy sends in a member chat. He says, holy crap, about to go into my 3rd summer with EBN, Summer of EBN, Volume 3, The Return of Jedi of Summers. As much as I do not like Duck Disney, I love EBN. We are you are Echo Base Network.
Hell, Brandon, that Anime Guy. And we have a lot of subscribers, channel members here that are done with Disney Star Wars. They're not watching. They don't care anything about it. But they're here listening to what we're reporting on, kind of staying on top of the news, what's going on, because they
want to hear
Star
you beg
Wars
for
fans.
pizza rolls.
Yep. They want to hear me ask for pizza rolls.
Mom.
My mom's actually here tonight.
Oh no, she could actually bring
Yeah,
you pizza rolls.
I don't have any pizza rolls here. I can't even honestly tell you the last time I've had pizza rolls. I don't even remember. But we do, for our members, we do have the pizza roll emoji, as you guys can see them rolling in the chat.
Pizza rolling in.
And then my uncle, who Coach plays disc golf with, is here. He was down here for our tournament, so he just finished up today. He's going back, teeing off in the morning, and
Look at all the pizza rolls in the chat. Well done.
yeah.
Thank you, members. Throw them pizza rolls up.
Gotta keep on rolling. Gosh, you guys have been so generous tonight. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
Donna Hergenrather, my favorite, for $9.99. I am jaded. No looking forward to the finale. At least I get me some Ray Stevenson in Ahsoka. Is anyone looking forward to Visions 2? KK makes females a joke.
Yeah. I'm
looking forward to the finale.
I'm looking forward. I'm interested. I'm not excited for. I'm looking forward to see how much of the rumors were true, that sort of thing. Kind of see it wrap up and kind of just talk about it and see. All right, how bad really is this season? We can finally judge Mando season 3 in its entirety this next week.
Look, listen. I think it's going to be great.
That's so bad. I saw someone in the chat earlier was like, did someone fart? Was that farting?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think it'll probably be one of the better episodes of the season, for sure. But I'm not expecting it to save the season or be huge like the Luke moment at the end of season 2 or anything like that. So
I have to say the Visions 2 trailer really looked good. It looked even the claymation stuff. What I don't know if you all saw it, but what they did what they showed in that Visions 2 trailer, for me, it got me a little bit excited. I was like, all right, this looks more like, good old fashioned, just regular animated content.
yeah.
So I'm kind of excited. I'll be on May the 4th along with Young Jedi Adventures.
I'm so excited for Young Jedi Adventures. I cannot wait for that show, guys. It's gonna be life changing.
Oh boy. But as far as the finale goes, I am so much more excited for the Picard season 3 finale
by far
than I am,
which we'll get into that.
Than I am for Mando at this point. So I'm kind of like, all right, let's see what happens.
Yep.
So thanks for that, Donna. Let me get that one out of here.
Thank you, Donna.
We've got
Roy, my boy.
Roy for $4.99. I'm a Raylo. Looking forward to the next Ray Wars trilogy. Thumbs up.
Roy, you are definitely in the minority, my brother.
It's all good.
but it's all good, man. If you like it, we're not going to hate on you for it. We think it's complete trash. But hey, we're not going to try to take away from nobody that likes any of that garbage. What's the saying? One person's garbage is another man's treasure.
Yeah. So I don't know. Coach has got a lot of new sounds. I'm not sure that's a good or a bad thing. But Roy, thanks for being here. Really, really appreciate the super chat.
Thank you, Roy.
Appreciate it, Roy.
Enjoy that movie, brother.
Here's a friend of mine, Lynn McAngus, for Dominican pesos, 250.
Lynn,
it's probably $5 US, but that's okay. We love the Dominicans.
Thank you, Lynn.
What do you think of the IG-12 body for Grogu? Is this another way to free Grogu from needing Din?
Ooh, I got it. Lynn, let me tell you, girlfriend, I think it's great.
You're so bad.
I think she brings up an interesting point, though. I think because the way it's moving towards Bo-Katan, he's got the IG-12 body. It seems like everything they're doing this season makes Din Djarin more and more less important.
So here's
it's like they're almost writing him out of the show and preparing people for it.
It's not almost like they are.
Yeah,
They have. It's
yeah.
done.
So, but here's
know?
what really confuses me about the mech suit. First of all, he was in a perfectly serviceable floating pod that was fast, that closed up, that had a light on it, that could zoom around. And now he's in, and that he could augment with using the Force.
Yes.
Right. Now he's in a very slow lumbering that has to be carried around. And it seems to be instead of his using the Force. Now maybe I'll be proved wrong as usual in the finale, and he'll do some magical combination of things, and we'll see him flipping over in the IG. I hope not. In the IG,
And that little
12
crib
body.
thing that he floats around in moves faster than IG-12.
This is exactly my point. So it's like they took something that seemed to be working really, really well and had the right combination of things for Grogu, and allowed him to flip out and flip back and do.
Yeah.
And
Plus, it would close up and protect him. He's not protected at all in this IG.
They put him in this thing so he could say yes and no.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
Yes.
And not only that, but the first thing he did when he was able to do yes and no is he started talking back to Din left and right.
I can do that if you want.
Boo! There's a reason we got a producer for the show and why Coach shouldn't be.
And he is
that
in the
person.
green shirt, ladies and gentlemen.
So he's talking back to his father to the extent that Din looks at him and is like, "This is not working for me." I'm like, "You're not the only one, brother." Right? I don't understand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What the whole motivation was behind this, other than it did make me chuckle. If it was chuckle time, okay, but then later they're carrying him around and I'm like, it makes no sense. No sense at all. So
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Thank you, Lynn, for the super
Thank
chat.
you, Lynn.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're the best.
Ted's
Ted's Nerd World with $2.
for
The Ray
$2.
Grogu movie will be great with a R-E-T.
Right.
Thank you, Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
Next one. CS for $20.
LCS
Thank
in the
you
house.
so much.
If Mando was to die in the next episode, I would probably breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes a sick puppy needs to be put down. You know what they're going to do to Mando?
Boom, canceled. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be that upset about it. Like at this point in time, they've made Din Djarin
I
out to
agree
be
with what he's
stupid.
saying. He needs to be put down.
Yeah.
He is not the hero of the show anymore.
No, he's been saved time and time again. Like, do you remember the first 2 seasons? He had all the freaking cool weapons, going in there John Wick style, taking people out left and right, and now he can't do anything and has to constantly be saved time and time again. It's like, dude, you are a joke this season. So,
Yep. I agree completely. CS, man, $20 super chat, and everybody else that super chatted, we're still going through them. Thank you guys. Y'all deserve this. You deserve this.
That fake Wookiee with the goggles is my favorite, right?
It's great.
Just
It's great. It's great. Drag it. All right.
All right,
Where are we?
A couple more. Here we go. Bill Tackett, $2.
Oh, Ted's Nerd World gifted 1 Echo Base Network membership. Thank you, Ted. You were the man, brother.
Thank you, Ted. Armor on Mandalore be like Reparo. I think meaning how to fix everything up. How to repair all the damage.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh my. We'll see. Thanks for that, Bill. Again, really appreciate the support tonight.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, absolutely.
Gracious. All right, the last one. Deborah Young, $4.99. If KK was really bold, she would hire Dylan Mulvaney, a quote unquote real woman.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Debbie.
Thanks, Debbie, for the super chat.
Thank you, everybody. Seriously,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
I think if I missed any, somebody bitch at me in the chat. I think I got them all, but if I missed
we got
any,
we got
remind me.
380 people in the house, 250 likes. Please hit the like button if you have not. We got 23 new members tonight. That is amazing. Thank you guys for all your support here. Let's continue. So up next, what is up next? I don't even know. Star Wars gets ready to celebrate finally a return to the movies. Is it really a celebration? I don't know, guys. Right now, that's the thing. This is a conversation that we have so much where we're like, Star Wars belongs in the movies. I like the streaming service. It's good. Give me the show. That's fine. But Star Wars should be experienced on the big screen. And then they bring Rey walking out. And I'm like, I don't know if I think that anymore. There's a catch-22 there. Depends on what movie you're trying to bring.
I moved into the phase of acceptance. I'm like,
yeah,
bring Return of the Jedi back out. Bring Rogue One back out. Me, I've been a big advocate of just bringing the first 6 back out. I think they could make a lot more money doing that than whatever they're trying to do here. So I'm kind of over it.
Yeah,
to tell you the truth.
I'm with you. It's so funny how Star Wars fans, that's one thing that we've been critical of. Where are the movies? The last movies were so bad. I get why we're not having movies right now. I get it. But give us some movies. Well, and then they marched Daisy Ridley out. And it's like, are you really? Like, hell, Chris Gore. Thank you for being here, Chris. If Chris, like what Chris Gore just said a second ago, guys, he's feeling like Star Wars is dead. Gosh, I can't find it. Okay. I'm not sure if Mando is going to die, but I get the feeling Star Wars is dead. Guys, this Rey movie could do, I want to say irreparable damage, but that might have already happened. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a mess. It's all a mess. So I guess I'll say that. You got anything you want to comment here?
No, I have to say, I think the next article is, talking about bringing the crawl back. I'm like,
I want to surprise Nick and tell him that because he's not aware of that.
Okay. Because I was I was about to say, my comment was going to be, if that's what we have to celebrate, right? You know what I'm saying?
The crawl's coming back.
Somehow the crawl has returned. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yep.
No.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, will fix everything.
It's the crawl.
That's what we needed.
Like, you've been crawling back to the movies. I mean, how much of it I get that for sure.
Yeah. Aye.
And I sound like a downer here. I want the next movie to be great, same way as you do.
Sure.
Especially because it's been so long since we've had a new one. But I didn't get a warm and fuzzy about this even at Celebration, as much as people cheered for Daisy Ridley. I would personally be more excited for a James Mangold written movie about something brand new than I am necessarily to revisit this topic. I had secretly always hoped that the next movie would be something brand new, at a time frame where they could do something interesting and just get us there, but doesn't seem to be where they're going.
Yeah, I'm with you. So look, I'm not going to wait on Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, the crawl is literally coming back. Kathleen Kennedy, in an interview, says every Star Wars movie from here on out will have the crawl, unlike Rogue One. So Star Wars is saved. Star Wars is now. Look, on the real, they should have them.
Yeah, but was Rogue One diminished because there was no crawl?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know. CS with a $10 super chat. Question: how is the Filoni movie going to be marketed to mass audiences when you'll have to have watched Mando, Boba, Ahsoka to understand what's going on? It's not for normies. Well, we don't know. I mean, we don't know how much tying in there's going to be. You know, they always say they want this to be You don't have to watch them. It's just going to augment. It's just going to increase your appreciation for what you're seeing. But it will certainly stand alone. I mean, just wait. That's what they're going to be saying because that's what they always say. You know, I don't trust these guys to write something very good. But I will say this. Let's see what Ahsoka's going to be. Let's see what Dave Filoni gives us. Because everything right now with Mando is that guy's, it's on him. Season 3 Mandalorian, I don't care like what you guys think about KK's meddling, involvement, all that kind of stuff. Sabotage, Jon Favreau doesn't care anymore, whatever what it is. Season 3 of The Mandalorian is Jon Favreau. Let's see how we judge Filoni when Ahsoka comes out. That'll be a very interesting time. What's going to happen, Matt, if Dave Filoni gives us an absolutely incredible show, better than anything The Mandalorian ever gave us?
Oof. This goes back to the Andor experience, at least for me, right? In regards to the production value, the writing, the acting, and all that. The sequence of things that are happening here are very interesting, and I do think that they have a tremendous amount of confidence in Filoni. I think he loves his characters. I think he loves Rebels, and I actually expect Ahsoka to be much better from a story and a production value standpoint than what we've experienced in The Mandalorian. What does that mean, and what's behind that, and how does it all come to pass? I don't know. Yeah, Ghost Rider is Favreau's #1 fan, so I don't find that hard to believe.
I have to disagree. He's going to come in and expand on this during pop-ins, but look, The Mandalorian is Jon Favreau. Everything else is just theory and speculation. There's no evidence to me. There's no hard evidence to suggest, to support that Jon Favreau is not responsible for season 3 of The Mandalorian. Is Dave Filoni having more of an influence on Jon Favreau in the storytelling? Maybe. That would be an appropriate theory. But at the end of the day, he's the guy driving the truck. And if it's not good, it's him. If they were meddling and going to destroy it, he should have walked away.
Well, there is a school of thought that says the reason why, the Mandalorian season 3 story has been lacking for some folks, because there are folks who really loved it, by the way. I don't want to overgeneralize, because I'm sure there are people in this chat who have really loved it. So let me just be clear. For the people who haven't liked the Mandalorian 3 writing and story, those folks tend to also gravitate towards this theory that Favreau pseudo walked away, Filoni stepped in at KK's behest, they came over and took over everything, and Favreau just basically said, whatever.
But why do people think that?
Because they're rationalizing, in my opinion, the reason why the story hasn't been, and the writing hasn't been consistent to what we experienced in the first 2 seasons.
Look, The Mandalorian has given us some great episodes. But you take a season 1, a season 2, and look at it from beginning to end. I've seen way better shows, guys.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
No season of The Mandalorian has been great.
Yeah.
They've been mediocre to good
By the way,
best, with some moments of greatness.
The
But this-
Mandalorian season 1 and 2 can't even suck Picard's pinky toe in season 3 Picard.
But I mean, none of the first two seasons weren't bad, right?
Yeah.
But people are judging they're juxtaposing the third season with the first two seasons, and they're saying all these things. I'm like, if you go back and watch the first two seasons, really not that great.
Yep. But all this conversation is because of CS's incredible, awesome super chat that he sent a few moments ago. So CS, thank you for another great super chat, man. That was really, really good. We appreciate you, my friend. All right, Nick, you'll be happy to know. Read the article title there.
Yeah, Star Wars Crawl's coming back. Says Kathleen, the Wicked Witch of the
She
West
says every
Kennedy.
Star Wars movie moving on will have the crawl.
It should have never gone away in the first place. Ever. That is iconic part of Star Wars. Like when I went and watched Rogue One, I was like, oh, it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
You know, and it could have just set up the beginning of the story. It's literally like 3 small paragraphs, the crawl normally. It's just setting things up, letting people know, look, this is where we're at, this is what's going on. Then you jump right into it.
Mhm.
It should have never gone away.
Yep. No one's ever really gone. Just ask KK or Disney.
Not wrong.
Thank you, Aurora. We appreciate that very much. We agree. We agree. Let's keep rolling, boys. All right, just to let everybody know that we are getting to Mando here. Finally. We are gonna be talking a little Picard here in a moment, and then after that, we're gonna have member pop-ins, and then we're gonna head over to Discord, and we're gonna watch Picard together, all members on the Discord channel.
Yep.
So let's continue. New Star Wars report exposes Lucasfilm's lies about the Kevin Feige movie. Nick did a really good little expose earlier this week, basically catching Kathleen Kennedy in a lie. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about that, Nick.
Yeah, so she anybody that saw the video I posted earlier this week on KK Caught Lying, she did an interview with IGN where she was like saying the Kevin Feige thing never really came about. It was never really discussed. Nothing really happened. That was something that was put out there by fandom. Basically, like, she was basically saying it's fake news. There was never any Kevin Feige thing, and if there was, she would have listened to what he had to say and all that sort of stuff. But then you go back, Star Wars' own YouTube channel reported on it and said that Kevin Feige was doing a Star Wars project. So what she was saying was completely false, completely wrong. It was definitely talked about, and even talked about by the official Star Wars YouTube channel. So she is a liar. Capital L, capital I, capital E, capital R. Period.
Hey, no. Don't spell for us ever again, please. You misspelled liar.
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 Yeah, that's what I said.
No, you did not.
Oh, what did I say?
Lier.
Oh, well, I guess the whiskey's gotten to me a
Either
little
way you want to spell it, it's liar. Okay. Actually,
you knew what I
no.
meant.
Yeah, I know. I was just beating the chat to it. That's all I was doing.
Yeah.
Trying to save you. Okay. You don't need saving. All right. Thank you, Kevin Feige. And good investigative reporting, Nick. We caught KK in another lie.
Yeah.
All right.
Liar.
Up next, everybody. Up next. Massive The Mandalorian twist dropped by the director. Din Djarin may not be the title character.
What a twist! Who would have figured
What?
it out?
Yeah.
I think the world figured that out about 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think there's really anything to say here. Let's just get this
That's
established.
Screen
okay?
Rant. Screen Rant's on top of this.
Screen Rant,
Talk
you're
about it.
5 weeks late, but you are here.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Yeah. Just remember the Lucasfilm storyboard. One of the things on there, no main character. Everybody's the main character.
No,
We
there
can't
is
have
no good or evil.
Yeah, we can't have
There is
favoritism.
there is no male or female. It's
Yeah,
whatever
it
you
can't
want to
focus
be.
on one person. Everybody's great.
Welcome to the party,
Everybody's
pal.
good. Yeah.
So, anyways, thank
And
you,
dinosaurs.
Screen Rant, for that. That leads us to the Mandalorian fans are pissed.
Yeah.
The Mandalorian fans turn on season 3 a massive drop in quality. The backlash is strong with Mando as user review scores plummet and some critics pull out their blasters while Paramount's Picard surges in acclaim for its home stretch.
Picard season 3 is greater than
Dude,
Mando season 3.
Do
by
you
far.
honestly think that the showrunner Favreau, that Kathleen Kennedy, do you think that the important people at Lucasfilm with The Mandalorian believe that this show is a success right now?
Kathy, I think she's probably in denial and probably like, this is Star Wars, Bo-Katan, she's doing great. Favreau, he's a contractor. He's not a Lucasfilm employee. I don't know if he's being told what to do or not, but he did the first Iron Man. He built the first building blocks of the Avengers in the MCU. I find it hard to believe that Favreau is satisfied or feels good about this season of The Mandalorian. If he thinks this season is good and well done, then he's in huge denial. This season has been utter trash. It's had some sprinkles of some cool stuff. I've liked a lot of things in this season. I've talked about it in every review. I can't remember if I liked anything in the Lizzo episode. I think I said that the cinematography and everything looked good, which Star Wars has never really looked bad. So
Yeah,
that's kind of a given. But yeah.
So Ghost Rider, I'm going to disagree there. Filoni, for me, is not Favreau's boss. He's his superior. There is a difference in those two words. Kathleen Kennedy's the boss.
Yeah.
If you can't fire me, you're not the boss.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Dave Filoni can't fire Jon Favreau.
Nope. 100%.
But he is his superior. So
yeah,
and
so he's an actual Lucasfilm employee.
Yeah. So I'm with you on what you're saying though. But we just gotta be careful with that lingo, as you know, my man. All right. So yeah, look, people are down. This has not gone well. And
No.
I mean, you could go over, it's the lowest rated season by far. It's had the lowest rated episodes by far. I think out of the, how many episodes have we had? 7? Yeah, 7.
Yep.
So out of the 7 episodes that we've gotten, 2 have been good. And
yeah, 2 episodes.
And the reason that I probably
okay.
thought that they were as good as they were is because they contrast with the week before that was so bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's sort of like if you get a plate of crap and then the next week you get lima beans, it's like, wow, these lima beans are really good.
But
even though lima beans suck too.
This is not the first recent thing that's suffered from what we call recency bias, right? Book of Boba Fett was the same way in how they juxtaposed some of the episodes together. You might argue, at least at the very end, Kenobi did something similar because again, that's just how we're programmed, right? Okay, we saw something, maybe we didn't like it so much. We saw something, the next thing we saw was better than that, so then it gets amplified as much better. I really think they keep doing this to us on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Debbie, Jon Favreau holds zero rights to anything Star Wars. I 100% guarantee, promise you, he owns no rights to anything.
He did create some of the characters, but that does not mean he owns those characters.
Yeah, that does not matter. Disney holds all the rights. They can do whatever they want. It's their property. So yeah.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Love cannolis.
I could go for a cannoli right now.
All right, we got some super chats, Mr.
Yeah, we
Producer.
do. I've been starring them. Let's
Speaking
go.
of Debbie Young,
Debbie Young.
Hail, Mama Bear.
go ahead, Matt.
For $9.99, appreciate it there so much, Debbie. Thanks. Things we might see in Ahsoka that some may or may not like. Ahsoka meeting Luke for first time, check. Ahsoka meeting up with Force Ghost Anakin, check. Ahsoka fights Darth again in World Between Worlds, ?
Don't do it. I'm down with the first two. Leave the third one alone.
Yeah.
Give
definitely.
us an Anakin Force Ghost. We don't need to see Darth Vader lose again.
No. Definitely not.
So don't give me any more Vader.
Yeah. Not unless it's between episodes 3 and 4 where he's out wrecking folks.
Exactly.
So
Exactly right.
I'm sorry to say, I think we're going to get at least 2 of these 3 things. And the one now that I'm really, really questioning is the first one. Ahsoka meeting Luke for the first time. Only because they seem to have gone completely out of their way in this season of Mando to not mention Luke at all. Not in the recap.
Nothing.
Not in the couple of times Din's like, didn't learn that from me. Right? They have gone out of their way to avoid Luke. And if I subscribe to any of the conspiracy theory type feedback that's out there, the one thing I will say is I think they're not really wanting to lean into the overwhelming reaction that Luke got in the season 2 finale, and they really toned it down to the extent that let's just wrap that up in Book of Boba Fett
and just not mention it again.
And let's put him back on the shelf.
Yeah. And if you go back to what the IGN interview on the Kathy is lying video I did, later in that video, that reporter was asking her about Luke in the Rey movie. And Kathy said, no, we're not going to do anything with Luke or Force Ghost or anything, but the spirit of the character will be there. You know, the spirit of Luke. Man, shut up, Kathy.
That means nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. She's literally saying...
That's stay off me. That's just to keep us at bay. You know? That means nothing.
I think we're going to get Ahsoka and Force Ghost Anakin. I think we're going to get Ahsoka breaking the mask again. And I'm sorry, Coach, but I really think we are.
Live action.
Yeah. Because people haven't seen that yet in live action.
They shouldn't have done it in Kenobi.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think we're going to see
just cheapen the scene.
Yeah. Because people that watch Rebels are like, this is the same thing that happened in Rebels with Ahsoka. It's the same thing, except now it's with Kenobi. And then we're going to get a flashback again, but with Ahsoka and Vader.
But there will also be that part of the fandom that says, oh my God, it was so awesome to see that scene in live action. Right? It's a very conflicted, it's a very conflicted fandom on this particular point.
Look, to me,
you're not wrong there.
Darth Vader in a draw is a loss.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Vader in the suit.
There is no tie.
Yeah, Vader in the suit should be destroying everybody. That's why I said in Kenobi that Vader and Kenobi should never meet because neither one can win. But
So
Kenobi won, and then it just made Vader look like a bitch.
So Debbie says that it's not a flashback,
Oh God.
but it has to be a flashback.
It has to be because this happens after Return of the
He's
Jedi.
dead.
Debbie.
It
He's
has to be a
dead.
flashback.
Yeah, that's the only way it happens.
I don't
Flashback.
understand, Debbie. You're going to explain yourself. Explain yourself.
Explain yourself.
Thanks as always, Debbie, for the thoughtful super chat. Really appreciate it. Here we go.
That was a good one, Debbie. That was a good one.
Ted's
Ted's
Nerd
Nerd
World, $2. Picard finale will shame
Dude,
the man.
100%.
listen.
100%.
I cried today thinking what's going to happen in the finale for Picard. Just thinking about it. I cried.
Yeah.
The show is so good.
Yeah. And
All members, I'm begging you. I don't care if you've seen any season 3 or not. If you hadn't seen any season 3, you might as well come watch this episode with us tonight, and you will leave happy.
But if you aren't a TNG fan, it's really not going to mean that much to you either. So,
and I have seen some folks in the chat who are still, their barrier to entry on Picard season 3 was the first 2 seasons.
Oh, the first 2 seasons were trash.
They were retconned. They were retconned.
I get it.
They did retcon some stuff.
Well,
a little bit.
Kind of, but the things, some of the things that folks didn't like about the first 2 seasons have persisted, and and I get it. I always talk about barriers to entry. I get that.
I just typed in the private chat. It's a retcon. Terry Metalis didn't give a F.
Picard's a big sticking point is Picard's positronic being as a result of what came before, and that still persists.
Yeah, will this save Star Trek? No, it's still going to be trash with these other shows that they've announced. I don't have any hope for future Star Trek stuff unless it's with Terry Metalis, and they continue the journey beyond Picard season 3. But I'd like for him to come over and do Star Wars.
All right.
And I know I see Gordon. I see Gordon's the most vocal one. All the caps. I see all the caps. You don't have to keep spamming it right here. I'll even highlight it. And this is.
What's Gordon saying?
This is what you see a lot. He's still an android. Secret hideout can take their member berries shit show and keep it.
The thing is,
it's not a shit show. And
it really
isn't.
Look, I thought the same thing before this season. And Terry Metalis is a brilliant writer.
Yeah. The thing is, like, before this last episode, I was like, man, I don't know what's happening with a certain character in the show and all the weird stuff with the red door. Like, I am confused, man. It all makes sense after this last episode. Like the writing, the way they set it up and just throw you little hints, to keep you wondering and keep you engaged. And then it towards the end, it's like all revealed. It's almost sort of like Shawshank Redemption when you watch that for the very first time. And then you see that he's not in his cell. And then the poster was hiding the hole he dug through. It's like it all makes sense. It all comes together. That's how it was with this last episode of Picard, and it's awesome. And member berries, like the thing is, I don't think that this is member berries. There was some stuff in here that could be considered member berries, but the thing is, it wasn't forced in there. I think if it's forced in there, then it's member berries. But this stuff was put in there for a reason, and it made sense to the story. So,
yeah, I think story.
Hey, we got to get back on Star Wars, guys.
I know, but before we go, I think story appropriate fan service is what we're all looking for.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Next,
and this is great fan service.
Yeah. Next super chat.
Come at me, bro.
Aurora uplinks for $5. I heard there was a suggestion talked about giving Favreau a corporate role in Disney to override studio heads. No idea if Iger is considering it or not.
I
I
mean,
think
that's
he's
all
leaving.
rumor and speculation.
I
I mean, who
speculate he's
knows?
leaving.
Yeah, I think he's done. I think he'll either be out after this season or after season 4. I think he's done.
Well,
I
Coach,
mean,
we do have an interesting Favreau video, a YouTube that's on this point. We can play that one here in a minute, and it's weird. It is a weird Favreau interview. Again, he was announced as the producer in the Filoni movie. That
Means
doesn't
nothing.
mean he's not going to go and do other things before
Yeah.
or if that movie ever comes.
It
right?
doesn't mean he's going to produce that movie either.
Sure doesn't.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure doesn't.
They could say whatever they want until it happens, you know.
All right, Aurora, thanks for that $5.
Thanks, Aurora.
Aurora's back for $2. Ahsoka dying against Vader would be meaningful.
She should have died. George already said that she's dead. Filoni brought her back when Disney took over, but yeah.
I think Ahsoka will have more than one season. So while I don't disagree with Aurora, I don't think we'll see Ahsoka dying in the first season of
No.
of Ahsoka.
I don't want to see her die. Not in the first season.
All right.
But these characters, they're going to have a hard time letting go of these characters.
Oh, I know. Well, thank you again for all the support, Aurora. We've got Ministry of Wrong Thing for $10. When Mandalorian fails, that's it. It was the last bastion, in my opinion, where sequel fans and OT fans could come together and actually enjoy Star Wars together. Without that, the fan base is truly gone.
That's so funny because we've called it the Golden Goose, and now it's just a goose because season 3 has failed to me.
Yeah. I think a large majority of the fan base will be gone. But look, I'm on YouTube and social media all the time, looking at stuff, trying to gauge where people are at. And there's a lot of fans out there, a lot of fans out there. You slap the Star Wars name on anything and they will love it. It's the greatest thing in the world. And those people are never going away. So there's always going to be a fan base for Star Wars, no matter how bad it gets. No matter how bad.
Wait, you're saying Star Wars is never going to die? You're saying, hang on. This is for you, Junk Man. Hang on. Right here, right. Look, hey, up.
Yeah. So I've always said this. Always, people that say Star Wars is dead are not wrong. It is dead to them. One of our moderators here, Brandon the Anime Guy, and so many other people in here, Star Wars is dead to them. They don't care about anything going on. They don't care. They're not watching it. They don't care about what they're doing with it. They don't care. Star Wars is dead to them. It's not George Lucas Star Wars. Then there's another side of the fandom that love everything Star Wars. Star Wars keychains, Star Wars lunchboxes, Star Wars the flamethrower, whatever. Everything Star Wars, they love. You could literally put Star Wars and put Goofy from Disney animated shows in there, and lima beans and all kinds of other just nonsense garbage. And they're like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. And they're always going to love whatever they give. So in one way, Star Wars, will never be dead. But the people that saying Star Wars is dead are also not wrong because it is dead to them. So yeah.
Yep. Totally agree. Actually, you know what? I kind of don't. I kind of don't.
I knew this was coming.
Junkman. Star Wars is dead. Just kidding.
Well, thank you, Ministry of Wrong Think. You got a diatribe out of that, so really appreciate the super chat. One more, gracious sakes, Brandon the Anime Guy for $2. The can of worms has been opened.
Yeah, Picard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. That's
Yep.
right. Okay.
All right. You're right. Thank you. Look, we love you guys. We're going to come back with something huge. What is Dave Filoni and the showrunners and even an actor saying about this coming week's finale episode? What's going to happen? We got a little insight right here, and you do not want to miss this. We are your Echo Base Network. Thank you so much for your super chats. The show continues. We probably got another 30 minutes of showtime, and then we're going to do pop-ins. Then we're going to go watch Picard together. So we love you guys. This is for you. All right, boys. Dave Filoni.
Real quick. I gotta address this comment from our buddy Matt Tween. Why bitch about it if it's dead and you don't care? The people, the passionate Star Wars fans out there, I literally addressed this earlier in the stream.
I don't know if you're reading this right. He's not talking to you.
Oh yeah. I know.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's talking to me. I'm just saying he's talking to people in the chat and stuff. The passionate Star Wars fans out there that love Star Wars, want it to be better.
Yeah.
Like when Picard was bad, it was easy for me to give up watching season 2 because I'm not a passionate, ultra huge Star Trek fan. I love Star Trek, I love TNG, but it was easy for me to not watch season 2. Star Wars is different. I'm just using me as an example, and when I think that a lot of fans out there that people are like, oh, it's just hateful YouTubers just hating on Star Wars because they just want to hate on something. No, we love Star Wars, and that's why we're complaining about it, because we want it to be better. We don't want it to be mid or less than average. Star Wars should be great.
Well said. Okay. So, Dave Filoni, what did he say? I don't know because I can't read it.
It's very small.
All right, here we go.
You have to zoom in.
All right. He says, this is about the finale now. Next week, they'll have to take in a lot. And I think with any good ending, there's the moment you're in it when you're cheering and you feel satisfied. But then there's a little bit after where you think back at all the things that's happened. Maybe you start to put them together in a different way and you realize it's an ending. But there are other things happening out there in the galaxy that now you know more about. That's Thrawn. He will be in it.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. We're waiting on you.
I will be really surprised if we see Thrawn in the finale.
Then what's he talking about?
Could be talking about Paleon. Could be talking about Ahsoka and Sabine doing whatever they're going to be doing.
See, leading into the Ahsoka show, I think that we'll see Thrawn. Maybe he won't have a big part in the show. Maybe we just see him at the end. Maybe it's an after credit scene.
So unless he's wearing a name tag that says "I'm Thrawn," right? We're coming at it as uber fans who knows Thrawn and the backstory and the whole 9 yards. For people that have been watching The Mandalorian and this story, they know Thrawn now for 2 times. One, Ahsoka saying, "Where's Grand Admiral Thrawn?" And 2, just now in the Shadow Council with that whole business around Paleon and Gideon and Thrawn. For otherwise, they have no idea who he is. What the point is, what he looks like, none of it. And this is why I'm very tentative around them bringing Thrawn into this, because I don't know how that would hit with the people who've been watching this series.
Do you want to put a friendly $20 bet on it, Risman?
Sure, we'll put a $20 bet on it.
All right, I say we see I'm not saying Thrawn's going to play a significant part in the final episode, but I'm guessing we see him, even if it's just for like less than 3 seconds.
All right, I'll take that bet.
You want to put a $300 bet on it, Richmond?
$20 is enough.
Yeah.
I don't normally bet any.
Yeah.
I'll put $20 on it.
All right.
Does anybody want to go 300?
Oh,
Does anybody
and
anybody want to?
No,
Let me know.
I ain't trying to go 300.
Let me know.
But Nick, I assume it also counts if we see in the post credit, if there is a post.
Yeah. If it's in the post credit, in some way, shape, or form, he'll be in the episode, even if it's just for a quick second.
So look, we got some super chats, but I want to finish this article before we hit them. So Brendan Wayne, this is a very interesting one, guys. Brendan Wayne is one of the actors that is Mando. He wears the suit.
John Wayne's son.
Yeah. So Brendan Wayne said, here's what he said on Instagram. He said, this next episode is going to make you wish you had not asked for more. It might just hurt too much.
Anybody that says anybody that says hurt, that's a negative thing. That means it's not going to be good. Oh, and by the way, I meant grandson for John Wayne.
Yeah,
for
John
Brendan
I
Wayne.
don't think that's what he means, bro. He's not saying the episode's not good. He's saying we're going to feel like a painful loss.
And that's why I think the rumors are true that Din Djarin is going to die.
All right. Well, first of all, let me say this. If Din Djarin dies and Brendan Wayne, one of the men that plays the character, said this, that's horrible. He needs to stay off the keyboard.
Wasn't this an interview he did?
No, he typed it on Instagram.
It was
an
an Instagram story.
Okay. Actors do that. I mean, he didn't say Din was going to die. I'm just, and maybe Din doesn't die. I'm just saying, I think Din's gonna die in this next episode.
All right.
Would I bet on it? No, but I think he's going.
Okay. All right. What else are possibilities? What would he say that's going to be painful? We're going to hurt watching this episode.
Grogu dying, but I don't think that's going to happen.
There is a 0.00% chance that
but just talking about hurt,
yeah.
I mean, all the people that love Grogu, I mean, what else? What more is going to hurt?
Disney will never kill Grogu.
So here's what I think. Here's what I think it is. I think that we naturally go to hurt. We take that to the extreme. I don't think we need to take it to the extreme. I think what he's talking about is a moment like at the end of the season, Din Djarin is not reunited with the Mandalorians. He is still captive. And we're going to have a moment where Grogu is having an emotional moment, like watching Din Djarin go away or something, or he's going to have a moment of loss, even though Din is still alive. And it's going to be a hurtful, emotional moment.
I think they've ruined that relationship between them by bringing Grogu back. So I don't see a lot of fans caring. Now, he could be saying that thinking fans do still care about that relationship between Din and Grogu 100%. But, yeah, if that's the case, I don't think a lot of fans are going to care. I don't think they're going to get emotional like, oh, look at Grogu. He's so sad.
Chuckman,
like, all right,
gonna hurt. Jack Black and Lizzo return.
No way they return.
So, that would hurt, though.
That would hurt.
I'm gonna chuckle loudly if it comes to pass that nobody dies, right? And the hurt, or like Nick's been saying, we're just reading into this.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Very, very, because
it's going to be something with Grogu and Din Djarin and their separation. And, but here's the thing. I don't care.
Yeah. It was meaningful and it was emotional at the end of season 2. But at this point, them shoehorning Grogu back in there, in the book of Boba Fett. It's like I don't even believe this relationship with them anymore. Like, I don't care. I don't feel an attachment to the relationship. I just feel like it's shoehorned in there to suck money out of people for more merchandising and stuff. And I literally will feel nothing if Grogu's like upset. I'll be like, oh well, too bad for you, buddy.
So this Green Lantern comment, by the way, is an interesting comment because
That would hurt.
Carl Weathers said something about Grief Karga appears in X number of episodes, or Famuyiwa. That something he said makes us believe that he will be in the finale. He hasn't been seen enough based upon past commentary, whether it was who directed him or how many episodes his character was in. We're missing one. So there is a train of thought that says somehow Grief Karga is in this next episode, which, if it's true, it's a little confusing how Navarro would potentially enter back into this. But it does sound like we will see Grief Karga at least one more time.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. So, all right, super chat time.
Yes, Aurora uplinks back again for $2. If Mando dies, they could not play it. Take time, redo. If Mando dies, they could not play it. Take time, redo. Am I reading it right? Y'all get it?
Yeah, I'm not Aurora. I'm not deciphering this one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
Aurora, I think you're. They redo the episode. Aurora says, if Mando dies, they could not play it. Redo the episode.
Oh,
Rewrite the episode. I don't know.
yep. I
If
don't know.
Mando dies, they could not play it.
Echo Base
Take
Network. Did you just type in a different language in
I
the
did.
chat?
Yeah, I see somebody from Japan.
Oh,
is
I
in
was
the
like,
chat.
wait, are we? I was like, are you getting?
Yeah.
Aurora,
So I just replied to him
here we
in
go.
Japanese.
Here, I got it now. If Mando is slated to die, they could skip it and rewrite it, is what he has said in the live chat.
Oh, like last minute changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they could for sure. You know, with the way the season's going, and if all the rumors with the issues with Pedro Pascal and basically how he's done with the show, or they don't want him to be a part of the show, like so there's a good friend of the channel who has personal friends who worked on Mando season 1 and 2, who talked to him about the drama with Pedro Pascal. So that is true. So maybe they worked out a deal. Maybe that's why there was a 2-year wait between them. They had to work out contract details and try to figure out something to get him to just at least come back and voice the character for one more season, and kind of pass the show off to Bo-Katan, because they couldn't really keep doing the Mandalorian show without him as a character in it. I mean, who knows?
Well, and
That's why if Din dies, I'm not going to be surprised.
Well, and on this point, I don't know if Darth Scipio is still here, but I've seen a few times him saying the same thing talk about Pedro leaving. And I mean, Pedro's career is taken off now, right?
He's a superstar now.
He's got so much other
need the
stuff.
series
He doesn't
anymore.
need Mando. No,
He was not a superstar when the show started.
No.
Mm-mm.
They don't, and they certainly don't need him for the voice. Right?
Nope.
The voice can be replicated at this point.
Any depressed person.
Yeah.
All right, Aurora, thanks for the $2. Let's keep going. Gary James Fukurara.
Thank you, Gary James.
$10. Picard season 3, episode 9 succeeds that Disney Star Wars failed of introducing legacy characters together, and I will parenthetically say, on their original ship. Putting that to the side. Keep on being awesome, and the Force be with you all.
Nick, I think
100%.
I think this video that you inserted about this is appropriate now. You care if I play it now?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Gary James, this is for you.
Nick, what's up? Nick from Echo Base Lucasfilm, and thank you for the $9.99, brother. Great coverage of Celebration, by the way, over on Echo Base Network. You and the coach says Star Wars is dead. Lucasfilm needs to take notes or hire Terry to do Star Wars. The episode gave me everything I wanted and more. The writing is top notch and everything makes sense now. Picard season 3 greater than Mandalorian season 3 by light years. Hail Nick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that super chat.
The
Really
man
appreciate it.
right there.
Appreciate it.
Hail, Nerdrotic.
And thank you.
Gary James, thank you so much. We're about to be talking Picard here in just a minute, man. Hope you stick around. Somehow, Misa has returned. Okie day.
What's up, Ministry of Wrong Thing?
Thank you, bro. Thank you. All right. So
we have one more. I just, Brandon likes to troll. When I said on the original ship, he said that makes no sense. No way, it was destroyed. And I said, well, somehow the Enterprise D returned. All right, so thanks for that,
Yeah.
Ministry of
Everybody
Wrong.
likes
Made it
the
work.
D.
Make it work.
Nobody wants the fat one, right? Nobody wants the fat
Yeah.
one. Remember, Nick?
Yeah.
Now all they want is to put that to the side. That's a different stream. Red Tigers for $5. No Din dies. Grogu has already been moved from Din to Bo, sitting on her lap as she piloted the ship. The others are also accepting Grogu.
Yeah. I think they're I think they are slowly setting us up and preparing people for the fact that Din is going to die in the last episode. Maybe he doesn't. Again, it's just speculation at this point, but I can totally see him dying.
So
in
I'll
this
say
last
this:
episode.
if he dies, for me, that will confirm all this behind the scenes. Pedro Pascal not happy, wants to show his face. He doesn't need Disney anymore.
Yeah.
He's got other big things. He doesn't want to be back. Like, it confirms all that. If he dies.
Yeah. I think he's done. And I think Favreau's done as well. Maybe not until after season 4. But I think Favreau is mentally checked out. After seeing how season 3's gone and the way the writing has gone, I think Favreau is mentally checked out of this show and the possible behind the scenes drama going on at Lucasfilm.
Yep. Thank you, Red. You were awesome.
All right. I might have missed a Donald J. Skywalker. He said I missed it. One more, and then I want to get to this weird. I know the weird Favreau, weird Favreau one to select, but here's one more before we get there. John Papa Sergio for $4.99. Pirate Mandalorian scavenging the planet looking for food. We're on Mandalore this entire time, but saw no Imperial ships flying in and out, making a base.
Yeah, and the Imperials just let them go around on their little stupid pirate ship.
Yeah, the whole time. So much of this season doesn't make sense.
But 2 episodes ago, they had bombers and stuff flying around destroying stuff.
Could they not be the spies? I mean, they did lead everyone to the Forge, which is where Moff Gideon was. So
they 100% could be. That's a good point, Matt. They 100% could be.
It's a terrible point, Matt.
Yeah. Does anyone know where Papa Sergio comes from?
I don't know.
John, I don't know if that's your real last name or if you made that up because of this movie, but National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation. Mr. Papa Jordan. No, that was Papa Giorgio.
I think he's saying in the chat he's just Italian.
Not Papa Sergio.
Yeah.
It was Papa Giorgio. Yeah.
Very cool. Thank
that
you,
made
John.
me think of
It's his real last name. Mamma mia. No, I'm sorry. I'm channeling my inner Mario. All right, let's play the
Mario.
Let's play the weird Favreau.
All right, here we go. Check it out.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderfully. A little jet lag, but that never hurt anybody.
So I'm actually curious. I'm a fan of you directing
tired.
outside of Star Wars and feature films. So I'm curious, are you developing anything to direct outside of Star Wars?
I'm working on I'm working on other things, but not any films to speak of at this time.
Got it.
That's outside of Star Wars. Yeah.
I was told I can only ask one question. Is that the end?
That was the one you used it on?
Well, I wanted to see if you were making another movie.
Oh, no, I'm not making it.
So my
hands are. I'll answer that more thoroughly, and I give you that. There's so much work that goes into running a show.
Something else.
Yeah, well, just to give you context, there's so much energy that goes into making a show, especially when you're writing as much as I am on it, but then also to be producing and working with other filmmakers. So this is one of those careers where it's very hard you're already fully engaged. And I also work on, have you ever seen Prehistoric Planet on Apple TV Plus? So I'm very fortunate that my time is completely encompassed with these shows that I'm working on now.
I'll ask you something very fast. What do you think fans are going to be? What do you think the fan reaction, or what do you think they'll be thinking when episode 8 ends of The Mandalorian season 3?
What a good way to ask that question. Hopefully they'll feel satisfied. They'll feel resolved, and they'll also feel a little surprised.
Surprised. I guarantee you nothing that well, I don't want to say guarantee you, but I'll be surprised if I'm surprised at all.
He just said you'll be surprised.
Yeah. I'll be surprised if I'm surprised at all. Maybe he's thinking that people would be surprised. But for me to actually be surprised,
yeah,
I think that's a long shot.
So look, I always include the Easter egg moments from the last Mandalorian episode. I don't think we need to do that.
No.
Like, we've already been going 3 hours.
Yeah.
And everybody knows about everything that we got in the episode.
Yeah.
So we're going to bypass that. We do have Rick Famuyiwa, who is hinting at a Star Wars production start for season 4. I think we can bypass that. I need Risman. He said he'll be right back.
Yeah.
So we'll play this one. We'll play this one.
I'm curious. What do you think fans will be saying when episode 8 ends?
Oh man, I hope that it's just a feeling of, that things have culminated in a great way. But who knows? I mean, I'm just excited for it to be out there. I feel like we're building towards something that's really been earned over 3 seasons, and so I'm just looking forward to whatever that reaction is.
Very diplomatic answer.
Yes.
So I might have heard that The Mandalorian season 4 starts filming this year, and I'm just curious if you want to comment on that.
I mean, look, I don't think it's a secret that John has is excited about continuing to tell stories. He's written season 4, and I don't.
Look, he already.
Yeah.
Filoni's taking over, guys.
Yeah. He literally could have just misspoke there.
Be shocked if that,
but maybe not.
If they just stopped making them at this point. But yeah, I mean, I think just the way that the shows come together and the process around the shows, I know that they're deep into starting the prep and the pre-production process on the show. Now, exactly when it goes to lens and things start to shoot, I don't know, but I know.
Is that you being covert, or you really don't know?
No. I really don't know. Because it's a whole machine how these things come together, and obviously there are a lot of shows that are also being created at the same time, and so the exact date of production I don't know, but I know that it's obviously in the works, and things are coming together in its usual way in terms of the team coming together at this point. So yeah.
My last thing for you. So obviously Thrawn and other characters that have never been depicted in live action are coming. what do you want to tease people about Thrawn? Because obviously, look, you've seen footage, whether it be Ahsoka, whether it be he showing up in Episode 8. I don't know, but what do you?
I don't know. Have you seen Thrawn anywhere? I don't.
I think you might have seen footage behind the scenes of Ahsoka, or you know what I mean. What do you want to?
I mean, I've not seen him yet.
He's totally lying.
There's some people here who might have saw some things, but
Look at Giancarlo in the back.
I don't know. Look, I'm not gonna be the one, right? I'm not gonna be the one. Dave's having a great day. So, he's gonna be here. He's gonna be somewhere soon. But
You know what? I might be down for him taking over. He does a really good job.
I've seen 3 guys and 7 women back there in that area. I've been counting this whole time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
And the reason
The Force is female.
The reason why Rick has persisted is he has been around since the beginning, and that's how he got elevated to executive producer. He has helped them in many ways, right, with the story and the directing and the producing and all of it. So as much as Nick wants that $20, right? I don't know that I read too much into his Thrawn commentary to mean Thrawn's coming, but we'll see. In Mando, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have member pop-ins in a moment. But before we do that, we got to switch gears and we got to talk Picard.
Yeah. Have you seen this article, Risman? I added this.
I have not seen this.
Oh, dude, get ready to flip the F out.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right. So, best captains in Star Trek history
of all time.
Number 10.
Oh.
The Kelvin versus Captain Kirk, which, I wasn't a huge fan.
He needs to be at the bottom of the list. There's no doubt about that.
I agree.
Number 9.
The original Kirk.
How could he be number 9?
The show that started it all.
What website is? Oh, it's the
Mary Sue
website. Okay.
Yeah. No wonder. I guarantee I haven't seen.
You
have
got to be kidding.
I've seen people talking about it. I have no clue who's number 1 or anything below number 9. But I guarantee you, number 1 will be a girl.
Oh my gosh!
It'll be Janeway or someone.
Number 8.
Oh, Riker gets honorable mention. Oh,
all right,
number
Riker.
7.
Oh,
Sulu. They put Sulu above Kirk. Oh,
Sulu they were captain in the movie. That's so great.
Number 6.
Who is that?
No.
Twyla Scott.
Does anybody here know who that is?
She's a Next Generation getup. I don't remember. Oh no.
No clue.
Christopher Pike.
Pike.
The new Christopher Pike is above Kirk.
He's above Kirk. Yeah.
Oh,
who's
Michael
that?
Burnham, number 4.
Oh, from
Discovery. Number
Wow.
4. There's Janeway.
Oh, Janeway. I thought she might be number 1. Oh, they got Picard at 2. Oh, the list just ridiculous.
Wait a minute. Archer didn't even make the list? You got to be
No,
kidding
the list
me.
did not redeem itself, Nick.
Cisco's my favorite captain of
Okay,
all
that's
time.
great. But Picard is still number 9.
No, Kirk was number 9.
Kirk was number
Oh,
9.
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm getting tired.
Have you been drinking tonight?
Water and coffee.
Oh.
All right.
No,
That
no
was
Archer,
ridiculous.
though. That
Okay,
was
boys, we
bad.
got to do this.
That was bad.
Okay. So, I got to tell you. Picard, this week's episode was so good. I've watched it 4 times now, and I'm about to watch it again. It had, Nick told me on the phone, dude, did you watch it yet? No. I have not watched it yet.
I couldn't go to sleep after I watched
You
it.
said, dude, this episode did everything I could have ever wanted. I have never heard him talk like that in my
Yeah.
life. And I
It
was
was so
like,
good.
what?
And I texted coach and I was like, there is a
You wouldn't leave me alone.
0% chance.
You were like, have you
that
watched
you're
it yet?
not
Have
gonna
you watched
like
it yet?
this
Have you, every
episode.
30 minutes. I was like, I will call you after I get to see it.
Yeah.
You were so excited. Like, look, and I know there's some people here that are mad because we're enjoying this. Sorry, y'all. I mean, we're just being honest with y'all. Look, we have
Yeah.
no grand plans here to give you a Star Trek channel. Like, it's not. We're Echo Base
Yeah.
Network. This is a Star Wars channel.
Yeah.
I wish that we had started doing content to cover Picard over on Echo Base Entertainment. In hindsight, we didn't. It's okay. We'll cover the finale.
Yeah.
And we'll let that be our return and breathing life back into our other channel.
Yep.
So this season has been great. So many of the things that people have had problems with from seasons 1 and 2, I understand those. And it was written beautifully how they addressed those things, those problems. I am a true believer in Terry Metalis. And the last 10 minutes of this episode was as good as any Star Trek I have ever seen.
It was so good.
Look,
this episode was one of the best Next Generation episodes I've ever seen.
I said, I told Drunk 3PO on his show, this was the best thing I've seen in 20 years.
It's so good.
Not the best Star Trek I've seen. This is the best thing I've seen in 20 years.
Yeah.
As a standalone episode, I would say this last episode of Picard is as good as any standalone episode of anything I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it is better than The Mandalorian Chapter 16. It's better.
I can't go that far because I felt more emotion with the return of Luke than I did with what happened in this episode. But I will say,
Can I break in? Can I break in?
It's right below it. Yeah.
I'm talking about the episode as a whole.
Oh yeah, as a whole.
I'm not talking about the segment of Luke's return. Nothing can beat that.
Yeah, yeah.
But from the start to the finish of the episode,
this shows just what written and produced so much better than anything Mandalorian's given us. The writing is really top notch. And guys, I struggled to even get through season 1 of Picard. I hated that. I started watching Discovery. I couldn't even watch anymore Discovery after the first episode. Like if I see bad Star Trek, I'm like, man, this sucks. And I had to force myself to get through the final episode of Picard season 1. I thought that whole season was trash. I didn't even watch season 2. And I had no interest in season 3. But I'm telling you right now, it's good.
This episode was, for me, 10 out of 10. I don't think I've given any of the Disney Star Wars Disney Plus series 10 out of 10. This episode of Picard season 3 for me was perfect.
Hell, I think I even gave the Return of Luke chapter 16 a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because there was a couple things in that episode that I was not a fan of. Even though I gave that moment of Luke coming back a 10 out of 10. So yeah.
And I don't disagree with Ted's Nerd World, right? Yes, it should have been season 1. I always talk about barriers to entry. And I know Jim S is also very no. I'm like, barriers to entry are huge for Picard because the first 2 seasons didn't pass muster for many folks. And I acknowledge that as someone who watched both of them. Someone who's watched all of Discovery, all of Strange New Worlds, all of it. I get it, right? This is on another level by a super fan who loves the franchise and said, I want to do something here that I would enjoy as a lifetime Star Trek fan who who worked on Enterprise, who's been around Star Trek for a very long time, he said, "You know what? I want to do something really, really special here. I've got this idea." And what did he do? He brought back the Akutas. He brought back Blast. He brought back all the original people who love it. He brought back the Doug Changs, right? He brought everyone back and said, "What do you think?" And they said, "We're in." And when they ran out of money to recreate the Enterprise D bridge, the Akuta said, "We got this. This is going to happen." And it did.
Love it.
Yeah.
That's what you want for member berries, for fan service, for bringing back beloved characters and giving them a wonderful story.
Yeah.
That gives depth and that resonates with fans.
We'll talk about it tonight in more detail after we watch it with the members. If you are a member of our channel in any way, any level, doesn't matter, Padawan up to Grandmaster, or if you are a patron, you have access to our Discord. We will pop you into the room and we will watch this episode with you guys. Come join us and watch it. We'll break it down and talk about it in detail after it ends. We want to know what you guys think as we watch it. So good.
And the thing, real quick on the member berries thing, I'm not a fan of member berries or freaking jangling the keys in front of you like, "Hey guys, remember this?" Like in Mando, like R5D4's here, guys. Remember him from the original Star Wars? The stuff that happens in Picard season 3 is justifiably integrated into the story. It's not just forced in there to be like, "Hey guys, remember this?" Like, it all makes sense. It all has a reason for being there.
I didn't know how they could do it.
Yeah.
I was like, how are they going to explain Data's return?
Here's the most amazing thing that I heard recently, because Robert Meyer Burnett had the writer producer from the last episode on one of his after shows for 30 minutes. And I sent you the video, Nick. I can send it to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
But this fella said part of the way they economized, if you can believe it, making the series is Matalas said no script can be more than 40 pages. It cannot be one word more than 40 pages. So every script that we've gotten for this series so far has been a 40-page script.
And man, they have just nailed. The thing is, there was so much, like if you guys watch it from episode 1 all the way up through where they're at episode 9, there was so much I was like, I don't know what is happening with one of the characters in the show. Completely confused. Man, it all makes sense now. After
That's what
9.
story's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And
that's
so,
how you build something.
So, Coach, I know we're running long. Before we pop in, we have 3 super chats, and then I think we should do pop-ins. Okay,
let's do it.
First one is Rock Lee for $1.99. I think we're back on finishing up Mando. Bo-Katan will die. Watch, it makes sense.
I'm going to miss those camera shots.
0%. Appreciate the super chat.
I don't think no way she dies.
0% chance Bo-Katan dies.
Yeah, I give it a 0.1111.
No, I give it a flat zero.
Yeah, I don't think she's dying. For sure.
It would be a meaningful death. I would feel that one. Din Djarin could die at this point. I'd be like, Bo-Katan
I feel like
I'm
that
like,
about any of the characters.
Yeah.
Literally, any character in the show that dies, I'm going to feel nothing.
But they developed her this season. She got story. It's all been about her.
Yeah, but that would just piss me off because it's like, what, you built her all up and gave her all the story just to kill her off?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
So thank you, Rockley. Here's a great next one because I know what the answer is going to be, but Rockley, appreciate it. I am Siler for $4.99. Coach and Nick eating up them lima beans.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Season 1 to 2 turd burger. Did you even watch it?
Siler, I am more of a refried beans guy.
And I agree. Seasons 1 and 2 was a total turd burger. Was not a fan at all. But again, like I said a minute ago, I'm not all about the member berry jangling keys, stuff that they throw in there. The stuff that happens in here is integrated into the story to where it makes sense. It belongs. It's not forced in there to be like, hey guys, remember this?
But
Like
the thing is, bro, before watching season 3, I would absolutely agree with what he's saying.
But did you guys spend a lot of time in seasons 1 and 2?
No, I watched them all the way through. And look, throw tomatoes at the screen if you want to, whatever. I liked them fine. But
Like
this
what?
is no comparison, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, seasons 1 and 2?
You know why I liked them fine? Because I really like science fiction, and I was thirsty for it.
Yeah.
And Picard season 1 and 2 was more science fiction than Star Trek. This is Star Trek.
Yeah, I skipped season 2, but I heard about it and it sounds terrible to me.
I watched. I have to tell you, they got me on season 2 because Q was in it.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I am sorry.
And
I
the
see
Borg
you laugh.
lady,
I
but not
see
the
you
Borg
laugh.
lady.
I see. They're. He is. I am. They are. I am Sellers throwing the tomatoes at you in chat. So appreciate that.
Sorry.
I still haven't watched season 2 and I never will, guys. So,
That's
so
all
don't
right.
throw no tomatoes at me.
And actually, the third thing I had started is Dr. Mafia becoming a member.
Whoa, let's
Hell,
go.
Welcome to
Dr.
the member
Mafia.
family.
Come to the watch party tonight, Dr. Mafia. That is awesome. We are,
Yeah.
you are, Echo Base Network. And I got to say it. Welcome to the party, pal.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Number one. Number one. You're number one.
Yeah, I'm number 1.
I need you to post the link on the community page. Make it so.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
Make it so.
All right, so let's see here. Community page. Jedi Master and Grandmaster members. You guys go to the community page. You will see the link.
How about it sucked?
Yeah.
All right. They're all flocking in.
They're all flocking.
Not one person.
They're coming in.
All right, here we go.
Mediator has
at least Channel Star.
Mediator has decided 1 point Valiant Renegade. That is a very, very valid argument. Okay.
What you're really saying, Valiant, though,
Echo Base Network, Coach Nick, I love you guys. You've always supported me. You've done great. You've made documentaries. You've done amazing content. You've set the bar as far as YouTube is concerned. And I love you.
And they are piling in.
All right.
All right, guys, if you are not talking, make sure you mute. And then when it's your turn to talk, when we get to you, go ahead and unmute. Because we're going to try to get through these pop-ins so we can get over to Discord and watch Picard Season 3.
Uh-oh. We're
Episode 9.
losing them as quickly as they're coming. Well, so was Aurora is trying to rejoin. So, Sith Lord Felix, you were the first one to pop in. So it's all you. What's going on, brother? You're muted.
Look, you're muted.
Try unmuting.
I just unmuted. How are you guys?
Oh, wow.
Now you sound like an Autobot.
yeah. I figured you like that.
There you go. Now you go.
I was like Transformers.
You were Max Headroom for a second.
Yeah,
yeah, totally. Now I was messing around with the soundboard while I was listening to you guys. So let me see. I got some notes here.
First
First,
questions, comments.
listen, man.
We're only popping in 9, Risman, and we'll have people on board.
Okay. Got it.
Well, first off, thank you very much for having me on as usual. I
Yeah,
hope you
pleasure.
guys are doing good. I think that Disney people are watching this. You know, there's people who work at Disney that watch this. They should suffer us talking about Picard on a Star Wars show. I mean, they should really be embarrassed at this point.
Yeah.
This is like really something else.
I agree.
I think I messaged Coach, right? I was like, yo, thank you. I was trying to get to you, Nick, because I was like, thank you for putting me onto that show. And just to be real quick, I didn't think they'd be able to outdo the Data one. The Data moment had me. I was like, wow, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So, you know, but all right. I think I talked a little bit about this earlier. I think that they're going to try to Rise of Skywalker this thing, where they're going to throw a bunch of cameos at us. That's my worry.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? Where we're going to see like a bunch of stuff. They're probably going to throw like Han, like Alden Ehrenreich. They're going to, I don't know. They're going to throw Luke, Han, CGI Leia, all that stuff to try to make up for this season. And I don't think it's going to land.
Oh, you're talking about in
Mando.
Mando's.
Yeah. I just went. Yeah. The Mando finale.
So you're saying you think that it's possible we get a Han, Luke, Leia moment?
Possible. I think it's possible. I don't know. I'll put that at maybe like a 40% possibility. It's a fear more than anything.
I would be for it. That'd be great.
If it's done right. If it's done right.
But will they do it right though?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought I liked the Luke thing, man. I thought they did a pretty good job on that.
No, I'm with you. And in fact, actually, one of my points with that I was going to bring up too is like, imagine. All right, let's say they didn't do Book of Boba Fett at all, right? And those 3 episodes that were the Mando episodes and Boba Fett, let's say that those episodes started season 3. We would have gotten him being a bounty hunter, right? Because it starts with him with the tracking fob messing with Klaxoonians or whatnot, right? If I'm right. And we would have gotten more Luke. And right in the very next episode, you see Luke training Grogu. There would have been some sort of progression of him having to choose to go back to Mando. This season would have been made a lot more sense, and they could have cut off some BS episodes that had no business being in here, like the Jack Black Lizzo one.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I mean, anything that they could have done to cut that episode out,
thumbs up.
All for. Now
that was just a waste. That was wasted time.
Yeah, it was. It was 100%.
Yeah.
But I just, not that I want to belabor that episode any longer than we already have. But who's protecting their planet now that everyone who was protecting their planet left? Wasn't that the whole reason why Axe Woves and them were there? And then they're like, okay, we're gone. So now what happened? There's no one left.
Just the piss poor writing of this show, man.
this season's been bad, and like we've said, the first 2 seasons weren't bad. I had some issues, some nitpicks here and there, but overall, I thought the first two seasons of The Mandalorian were pretty well done. Well done.
No, I'm 100% behind you. I'm a crier if I'm by myself, man. If I I was a crier I was like Star Wars series crying for Luke and all that shit, and also same thing with the last episode of Picard. You know, it had me tear up, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
So good. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. And like, so I'm pretty easy to please, man. Like, as far as when it comes to Star Wars stuff, and like, to address the people in the chat that were still like, yo, if you don't like, don't watch it. Yeah, sure. We hear that all the time. But when we get really good stuff, I mean, we praise the heck out of it, man.
Oh, 100%.
Stop singing his praises.
Yeah.
But
me and Coach actually reviewed Picard season 1. I don't know if any of those videos are on our channel anymore. I think they got removed. But we were not, or at least I know I wasn't not very kind to that first season of Picard.
Yeah, no, I didn't even. I trusted everyone else's judgment. I saw clips when that lady was interviewing Picard, and I'm like, oh no, this isn't.
Yeah, and that's one of my issues with season 3. I don't like the cussing in Star Trek. It just doesn't not feel like it belongs.
Yeah, there's no military bearing. You should be getting checked for that. If that's the case.
I mean, so they really kind of ruined the Borg, right, in season 1 of Picard, and then they kind of fixed that a bit in season 3 by saying, that was a weird sect of the Borg, right?
Yeah.
And the times that they've cussed significantly, like the F-bomb was dropped, when she got, it was kind of appropriate.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that wasn't
for
so
a
bad.
character and some of the rest of it. I would have preferred not,
Yeah.
but I'm like, well, I could see why she might say that,
Yeah.
when all that was happening. So
it's better if the villain curses, though. Like the villain cursing is a lot more palatable than the crew.
Picard's cursing that I know Coach wasn't so much a fan of. Also, I mean, under the context of the story he was telling, I might have dropped the F-bomb there too, right? But I'm with you. This is what happens on some of these streaming platforms, specifically not Disney, right? But Paramount, I've noticed, is very big into the F word, right? Everything I watch on Paramount Plus is F, 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 just for the sake of it. And I'm kind of like, just because
you're talking about Rabbit Hole.
Rabbit Hole. Tremendous. Also, Tulsa King.
Tulsa King. Right? I just got onto that one. Great show.
But Rabbit Hole, it's like literally I counted it in one sentence, the sentence of 20 words, 10 of them was F. Right? Yeah. It's not that I have a problem with the word necessarily, but it's just like when it becomes gratuitous, then I'm kind of like, just because you can do a thing, you shouldn't necessarily do it. So I got you. So final comments, because we got
Again, we're all dying to get to Picard, but and final prediction, final FU is if they put Luke back in his Jean-Luc in his original body by the end of it. I'm wondering because the body's out there floating around, cured of the disease.
No, I thought they destroyed. I thought they destroyed the body. Didn't they destroy the body?
Wasn't it floating around and they extracted it, or did I miss it?
No, they destroyed the body. The body was on. I thought the body was on the ship, and when
okay, then it could be full ship then. Okay, all right.
I think we should be more concerned to see if Picard in his new body makes it.
All right.
We'll
see. God bless, guys. Have a good night.
Good to see you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Take care, man.
All right. So next we had they've gone out of order now. So how about
go next, right below me, Brian T.
Brian T. Okay, right. Brian T. wasn't next, but go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you, Brian. Welcome.
Okay, thanks for letting me be on your show.
Our pleasure.
I've got some notes. This may be a little lengthy.
Well, not too lengthy.
I'll talk as fast as I can. So I'm going to start with Lucasfilm, Jon Favreau, and Dave Filoni.
Okay.
We all know that agendas are being jammed into Star Wars. That's not debatable. We've got a decade of evidence since Disney took over Lucasfilm in 2012. It's so obvious. There's so many examples. It's not even worth time to try to mention them all. I think some of that agenda is legitimately well-intentioned. Some of it may not be, but if the measurement of success is, has it made Star Wars better? Has it united the fans? Clearly that standard's not been met. It's done the opposite. So how does it happen? How can some of the writing and directing be so bad that we're in a state nowadays where a fan edit of the Kenobi series by an individual Star Wars fan, Kai Patterson, can be better than the product that a multi-billion-dollar behemoth like Disney vomits out? I grabbed a quote from Patterson. He says his aim was to address awkward pacing, whole scenes that ultimately amounted to nothing, goofy dialogue and directing choices, fluff, fix some of the ordering to some of the scenes just to make them more effective or impactful. So how do we get to this pitiful state of affairs when the most valuable and loved IP in the world? I think if you want some insight into what's going on with the shoddy writing, the casting, the direction at Lucasfilm, you probably start by asking the question, or you could start by asking the question regarding the most recent abomination. Who decided to cast Lizzo in an episode of Star Wars? I don't know much about Lizzo. She may be a great artist, but what I do know now is she can't act. And Jack Black's performance wasn't that much better. When Jon Favreau wrote the script to that episode, did he think, oh, I have the perfect person to cast in the role? It's Lizzo. Or did he get a call from someone inside of Lucasfilm and they asked him to consider a certain type of individual for that role? Now, perhaps Jon Favreau just bumped into Lizzo somewhere in Hollywood. She expressed she was a big fan of his work and The Mandalorian and Star Wars, and asked him to consider putting her in a small role if he ever thought, she would fit in. And John, we know, also has a soft spot for comedians.
You said that she would fit in.
It happens. But if you got an honest answer, and the answer is he got a call from inside Lucasfilm, then you've gained a lot of insight into what's going on there. Jon Favreau, I think his directing expertise, that prowess, is proven. But if you examine his writing credits, it's much less impressive. And although Favreau has claimed total ownership of The Mandalorian, common sense tells you it's some degree of a collaborative effort. If Filoni comes to John and says, hey, what if we tried this idea? Well, John can't always shoot down those ideas, not if you want to maintain a collaborative friendship working on that streaming series. And I'm sure that there's a personal friendship now there at this point too. And it's just not as definitive and uncompromising a vision as you would imagine, say, Martin Scorsese has over a movie that he writes and directs. It's just not that comprehensive. Dave Filoni, I think when you weigh what he brings to Star Wars on balance, I think it's good. I might be proven wrong about that at some point in the future, and that those scales could tip to the bad. And some of the stuff that he makes, I cringe a little, the space whales, the world between worlds, but I think a lot of that comes from the influence of George Lucas himself. Filoni's storytelling style, if you've watched the Clone Wars animated series in its entirety, you have a lot of evidence that storytelling style of Filoni's, it can be kind of meandering. That animated series will wander off into little side stories. And I see similarities in the storytelling style with Mandalorian episodes that some would label as filler. But it should be pointed out the Clone Wars animated series was created by George Lucas, Dave Filoni as supervising director. So did Dave inherit that meandering style from Lucas himself? All right, now I'm going to go to The Mandalorian season 3. I'm trying to talk as fast as I can. I'm not sure what to say about season 3 yet. I think the simple fact that I'm undecided about season 3 compared to my enthusiastic feelings for seasons 1 and 2 is evidence that it isn't as good. And if I examine that and I try to figure out, well, what's the answer to why I feel that way? And the answer is an accumulation of things, both small and large. They're too numerous to list off individually in their entirety, but here are a few examples. The fact that they jammed 2 episodes of The Mandalorian into the Book of Boba Fett. Favreau suggests in an article I read that that's a reward to fans that want to keep track of all the interconnected storylines. But it's tainted the enjoyment of the Mandalorian for me in a couple ways. It carries a little bit of the stink of Boba Fett now because that series had some issues. And it requires me to explain to the normies in my life that are engaged with The Mandalorian that you need to watch the last 3 episodes of the Book of Boba Fett to fully understand why some critical characters are where they are and why the plot elements are in the state that they are when season 3 of The Mandalorian begins. And it doesn't help, number 2, that Favreau stated that Grogu spent 2 years training with Luke. That's absurd. There's no narrative indication in the episodes that aired for either show that period of time between Luke took Grogu at the glorious, fantastic, tears of joy inducing end of Mando season 2, and then his return to Din in the last episode of the Book of Boba Fett, that 2 years had passed. None. And that forces us as fans to come into some uneasy speculation as to why that is. And I think that speculation is completely justified based on our collective past history and our ongoing experience with Disney-owned Lucasfilm. So I'm almost done. If the rumors are true about Pedro Pascal being unhappy about his face not being seen in Mandalorian, then I think he's one of the dumbest actors on the planet. I think Din will be the most beloved character that he ever plays in his career. And if he played it right, it would probably be the most profitable one for him personally. It would be a cash cow. He could come back into Star Wars as that character any place at any time. Personally, I think they could recast him. He's not the only one who could play Din if he wants out. But I'm very worried, along with everybody else. Well, I guess some of you guys are saying you don't care anymore. Like Din's character has been so tainted, you're fine with them just offing him. But I get, then it becomes the Bo-Katan show. I don't think that, I'm going to disagree with Coach and Rissman. I don't think there is any way in heck they're going to kill Din's character in the next episode. The show would be effectively dead at that point. The viewership would plummet. It'd be a catastrophic decline. The show would be dead. If they make the armorer a spy, these are just random thoughts now. If they make the armorer one of the spies, I've heard that wouldn't make any sense to me at all. That character has been built up as incorruptible, at least as far as I'm concerned. I do think it's kind of comical. You talked about Grogu in the IG suit, that there's no door that would slide down to protect him from blaster fire when he's in that IG suit. I froze the screen and looked at it. I don't think there's any way that they could put one there. My last thought, if there's any hope, and I'm trying to end on something positive, I can see that maybe they're building up the bad guys, Moff Gideon, the Shadow Council, Thrawn, the First Order, so that if you want to even the scales between the bad guys and the good guys, you're going to need to bring in Luke. You're going to need to bring in Ahsoka. You're going to need Din. You're going to need Grogu. You're going to need the Mandalorians. You might need Boba Fett. You might need Grief Karga. Maybe there's some other Jedi Luke's training that, they could bring into this big struggle between the good guys and the bad guys. Maybe a de-aged Han and Chewie. And if that's where we're headed, and it's executed with some degree of competence, then maybe there's reason to still be optimistic about future Star Wars content, at least until we bump into the sequel trilogy storyline.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Brian, those are absolutely great thoughts, man. I love it. Well said. That's really all I got. Like,
no, that was a lot of, there's a lot to unpack there, and
you pretty much hit it all.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to see Din die in the finale, not because I want to see him die, but because I think that would be a very fulfilling end to his arc, given what we have had of him in this season. I also find it a little unlikely that they will kill him off. So I'm with you there.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how I'll feel. As I sit here and think about it right now, after you said all that, I'm just gonna have to let it, whatever happened, and then I'll know.
I think if it happens from a commercial standpoint, the show's dead.
Yeah,
it's dead. I can't see that the suits at Disney. It
doesn't make
financial
sense.
Suicide as far as the
doesn't.
series is concerned. I can't
Right.
imagine they would allow it to happen.
And
unless
there
Pedro is just so unhappy.
There has been some commentary from Favreau and Filoni saying they don't know how to write the characters separately, right? That they kind of write the Din Djarin and Grogu characters, or have been writing them together. I think some of the Grogu sitting, in Bo-Katan's lap and her, giving him support. I think some of that might be a bit overblown. So there is other evidence that says, okay, they're going to be together for a time. So, all right, Brian T, appreciate it. Thank you for dropping in, for popping in.
Guys.
So, Coach, we have a super chat, and then we're going to go to Aurora next. And Aurora is a member upgrade also. So you want to hit the super chat? What do you want to do about the super chat?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Thank
so
you,
the
sir.
super chat is again from our friend John Papa Sergio. Again on Mando, talking about Bo could be the spy. How did Gideon know she had the dark saber? Last he knew, Din had it because he was beaten by Din for it. So I've heard two theories on this. Theory number one is when they had him all strung up, they're like, disarm him. And they try to disarm him. There was no Darksaber. And so he was just like, well, Bo-Katan might have it again. That was one theory I've heard. For me, the second theory that's more likely is whoever the remaining spy is told him, whether that's Axe Woves, the armor, whoever it might be. Somebody has communicated to Gideon that that Bo-Katan has the Darksaber, because he immediately said, when she spoke to him, I should have killed you when I had the chance. He kind of turned and said, Bo-Katan, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Just give me the Darksaber. So he already, somehow he did already know that he had it. I don't know if he just interpreted the fact that Din didn't have it to mean she had it. I mean, anyone else could have had it, in my opinion. So I don't know if anyone else has a different opinion on that, on how he would know, but he did certainly seem to know that Bo had the Darksaber. I don't think she would have told him. That's my opinion. Any other thoughts? All right. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of yawning.
No, that's okay.
I'm with you.
And then Aurora, thanks for the upgrade. You're up next, Aurora Uplinks. What's on your mind? Thanks for the.
Well, I was just being sarcastic and saying Din was the spy, that he was hiding it from the viewers. But then I realized it could be her brother that's the spy, because she showed her brother the saber at 6 at the end. So they have some sort of rivalry going on, and he broke off from her to break their power and basically operate as a mercenary force, which is what I was saying the spy would do, is act as a mercenary force, helping one Imperial against the other Imperial factions, which would make some sense. So I think most likely it's her brother. She has a brother, right? He stole the Star Destroyer?
Who has a brother?
Who has a brother?
Doesn't Bo-Katan have a brother? He broke
A
off at the
nephew.
end of 6. She fought him at the end of 6.
She has a nephew.
I might have misheard. Who did she fight at the end of 6?
Axe Woves.
Oh, Axe Woves. Okay, well maybe he's
somebody
the spy
that
then.
served with her.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I thought
she has a father, a sister, Satine, who died, and then her nephew Corky, who was the nephew.
I thought he was her brother for some reason, and that they had some sort of rivalry going on.
Of all those, I think Corky was Corky ever. Did Corky ever die? Did we ever see Corky die?
Not that we know of.
Yeah. So of all of them, Corky could still be with us, but no, Axe was that was her people, right? The Night Owls were her people.
I don't want to spoil anything, but I sent this rough outline for an idea to Disney for a Mandalorian movie, and I don't want to spoil it too far. But I asked in it I kind of pose a question.
Corky did die.
Oh, did okay.
Corky is dead.
Yep.
What if the Imperials didn't kill all the Mandalorians on Mandalore at the end? What if they actually took the rest as slaves? And those Mandalorians could be alive somewhere. Do we actually see them kill everyone? I didn't watch season 7, so I don't know.
I don't think that whatever happens, I don't see Moff Gideon's base on Mandalore surviving past this next episode.
I don't know. I think there could be a whole other faction of Mandalorians out there, and I think that'd be the best idea. Is Mando has to unite all the Mandalorians that are lost and free those who are slaves. I really think that'd be a great movie. I hope they do it. But whatever. I don't know why they want to tie all those series together with a movie. That seems like a bad idea.
In the expanded universe, there is actually the biggest clan of Mandalorians is in Vlemouthport.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, we
That's a deep cut, man.
We did have some rumors at the beginning of all this that there was going to be a huge battle with 75 Mandos, and some of
Yeah,
them
we're
going to
probably
be
gonna get that in this.
some of them
last
are going to
episode.
be like
Mhm.
cosplayer Mandos
Yeah.
and blah blah whatever, and we clearly haven't seen that yet. So if that really was true, then something epic could still be coming.
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm sure
I don't
we'll get
see
something
100 people as epic. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick. I can totally see there being something epic, but at this point, how many people are gonna care? You know,
I care.
well, yeah, I'm not saying nobody's gonna care. I'm just saying how many people are gonna care. Like if we get something epic, for me, it's not gonna matter because this whole season's been garbage.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be
Can
like,
I be
Still, the
honest?
last episode's good
too,
though.
too little, too late. You know,
I think Mandalorian can easily be returned to itself. All that has to happen is the Mandalorian has to have some reason or another to break away from the rest of them and go off and do his own thing with Baby Yoda again and continue training him to be a Mandalorian. And you know that he's basically his he's like a mix of apprentice and child, right? A youngling, foundling, whatever. So I mean, he just goes off and continues going on great epic quests. I think the series will be just fine. We're so tied up in all these other characters and all these other emotions, and we've been so disappointed by it all. I think a clean cut where he just goes off and continues being the Mandalorian alone will actually be refreshing.
Quite refreshing, son. Final thoughts. Final thoughts, Aurora, before we move on.
You know what? I'm going to say this. I actually have high hopes for Star Wars. I think things are changing very drastically at Disney, and I think they really are getting new writers, and I think there's going to be. I think Lucasfilm is going to divide into two halves. I think one half is going to be KK, and she's going to have her old Republic era, her High Republic era, and it's going to be for girls. And I think Disney is going to have the other half be about the modern Imperial era and after Return of the Jedi era, maybe some of the Clone Wars. And I think that's going to be under Favreau and other directors, and they're going to have complete autonomy from KK.
I'd be
And
okay
they're
with
going to have a
that.
separate financials. And I think that will single-handedly pull everything together. You completely separate the financials between the two groups. They're basically two studios sitting next to each other, sharing animation resources, sharing 3D effects, but they're separate from each other as far as writing and direction go. That's where my high hope is.
Well, that would work.
I wouldn't be against it. I just
I
don't
wouldn't be
see it
against it.
happening.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's always good to have hope. We'll
Yeah.
see. So appreciate the pop in, Aurora. So
Thanks, Aurora.
So I don't
Have
know.
a
The
good
name
day.
keeps changing, so I'm going to call on them. I have no idea who it is, but Grand Moff Psycho, you've been here for a minute. So you're next.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Brandon.
Moff
It's Brandon.
Rissman,
Thank
you
goodness.
know who this is.
I'm better now. It's
As
like,
soon as
okay,
he
Yes.
started talking, I was like, wait a second. I know who this guy is.
Thank goodness.
All I know is I want to shoot him in the face. I want to shoot him in the face. In the face.
Yeah.
All right, that's my psycho for today. You know, I never would have believed, over the past 5 years, that talk about Star Trek, New Trek, whatever you want to call it, would be way more divisive than talk about Star Wars, considering how divisive Star Wars has been in some quarters. But it is what it is, and I want to tell a little story here. I was out doing my normal stuff today, and normally on the weekends after I get my paycheck, there's a nice little Japanese restaurant that I'd love to go to. And
Sushi?
oh yeah, I had sushi, and sushi is delicious. If you haven't, I'm going to tell everybody this: you got to have sushi at least once. You got to have a rice bowl at least once. You got to have a real bowl of ramen at least once.
I agree.
So I went there, was hanging out, doing my thing. Normally, when I go there, normally sat at a table. I take my tablet with me, have my, my AirPod Pros, so that way I can tune out everybody else and just listen. And I was going to watch whatever was on the YouTube that I needed to get caught up on. What do I see on the TV? I see, well, as I said, that doesn't sound too pleasant, but sushi is rather delicious, so we'll just leave it at that.
And I used to be a big. I was like, no way I'm ever eating it. And then my buddy got me to try it, and I was now I literally took classes and learned how to make it myself.
Exactly. That's the same way that I was. I never thought that I'd like it, but as soon as I tried it, I'm like, yeah, I'm done.
I eat it every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every week, if I can, if I've got coin left over, that's what I do. But I go in. They have two fairly nice TVs. They normally have one of them playing music, and the other one normally has something on that, no sound, but it has the closed captioning on. What do they happen to have on that made my day and made me go sit at the bar? They had Demon Slayer on.
Really?
Yes. The sushi makers were absolute die-hard weebs and otakus, and I was loving it. Just got up to the bar, put down my tablet, took my earbuds out, put that all aside. I'm like, dude, that's Demon Slayer. We need to talk. We need to talk. And we did, and it was great. It was so good, in fact, they even gave me some free food. And it's not cheap food that they gave me either. It was rather delicious. So that made me happy. And I really do encourage everyone to pursue that which does make you happy. And as much as I cannot stand Kurtzman and Company Trek, even let's say I take everything at value that's been spouted about how good this is. I myself, I can't do it, but I'm not going to come in here and tell you don't do it. Don't like it, don't enjoy it, because it does sound like there are some things in it that could be cool, could be a good idea, but because of who has it and who runs it, I can't do it, and that's the same boat that I'm in with Disney. Hence, the little hashtag that I keep trying to make that hashtag, go viral, because I don't want to be dropping F-bombs every time I talk about Disney. I only get so many of them each day that I can say before it starts costing me money. So yeah, but that made me happy, and it made it to where I didn't want to shoot myself in the face.
We don't want you shooting yourself in the face, so that's a really good.
If I ever do go full psycho, I will have to ask you to shoot me in the face, or to shoot myself in the face. Shoot me in the face! In the face!
No, in the face. All right,
Coach, you're having way too much fun with those sound effects. I mean,
yeah, I know.
What I do.
Yes, it is. It is what you do. So
thank you so much, Grand Moff Psycho.
You're so
moving on.
welcome, everybody.
Matt Tween, you've been here for a minute. Matt Tween,
Real quick. I know Brandon's still in the chat, but real quick, I actually learned this during sushi class. If you know the difference between sushi grade fish and non-sushi grade fish, the only difference is sushi grade is frozen for at least 3 hours. That's the only difference. And come to find out, it costs most sushi bars only about 34 cents per roll. So sushi restaurants make a killing.
Yeah, we did have to. Thank you for that, Coach, or whoever's highlighting it. But
Thank you, Sir Joseph Pesci.
99 cent super sticker.
Thank you.
All right, Matt Tween, you're up.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, sir.
We can hear
Awesome. Yeah, we've thoroughly beaten the horse tonight over everything that's been going on with Star Wars, just the leadership and writing. So I pretty much agree. I'm with you guys on a lot of it. Coach, what's the 2 easiest ways to score in basketball?
A layup and a free throw.
Yep. And I think we're looking at, to using the sports analogy, because I love sports, I think we're looking at a team and a bench and a coach that is missing 2 of the 3 ways to score. They'll nail some 3-pointers from half court sometime, and we're like, oh, that's awesome. This is what we need. This is what we should have been doing more of. But then they'll have a layup, and it'll miss. and that's what we're lacking the consistency. So I'm hoping this last episode makes the easy ones, makes those easy layups, and sinks a couple of good money threes there. They only got 38 minutes to do it. Risman says there's a lot. There's a lot to take care. As far as character deaths, I do agree. I think shows need to have some sort of level of jeopardy where there's a lot at stake. Some character could die. So I've been thinking this whole show about who, if somebody is going to die in the show, who would it be? I agree with some other people. If Din dies, this is another layup that Disney and Favreau and all them are missing because season 4 has no legs. I don't see how it can be appealing to the normies or to us when you take out who we think is the main character of the show.
I coached a game one time when I was a varsity head coach, and we were down the entire game, and we were just chipping away at it, chipping away, and we cut it to 1. And we called a timeout, and I drew up a trap situation. We're going to let them cross half court, and we're going to trap, and we're going to rotate. And anyways, we had a code for it. We called it red. We're going red at half court. As soon as the ball crosses half court, we're trapping. We got to get a steal before we foul. So we got the steal, and my little senior point guard goes down. There's like 12 seconds left in the game. He's by himself, and he misses the layup. And we lose the game. He was wide open. He was literally dang near about the only player on that end of the floor. And he misses the layup, and we lost the game.
Yeah, those easiest ones. It's like standing in the end zone, wide open, nobody around, and
his name is Tyler.
Thanks.
Tyler, the one who's been in chat here before?
No.
No, I hope
He's
not.
probably still got him in prison somewhere.
So did you make him run laps or do like 100 layups in a row on practice next practice?
No, I didn't have to do anything. He
beat himself up.
Yeah.
So I think if anybody's going to die that has stakes, as much as I love to watch Bo-Katan walk to and fro,
Come on.
Katie Sackhoff
no.
does have a newborn child, and could see her maybe wanting to spend some time there being a mother. I don't know if that's the case or not. I haven't seen that reported, but Bo could redeem herself after failing twice. We've seen her talk about that and confess it in that last episode. She let her people down, thinking she was doing the right thing, and now she has a chance to make things right. I could see her dying, even though she would be she is a great asset, no pun intended, to the show. I mean, she's a great actress, a great character. I loved her in the Clone Wars. So, but I could see her dying. If somebody has to die, I think that would be somebody, somebody significant, not just like the Grief Karga. He's always comic relief more than anything, I think. So yeah, we'll see.
Couple days away.
Yep. Meanwhile, Picard, I am really looking forward to. Finally, they got to an episode where the bridge was well lit.
Yes, they did.
Come on.
Lights turned on.
Ample lighting.
You could see the carpet.
Yep, you could. I missed that carpet. I really tied the room together.
Yeah.
I hope we die quickly.
Yeah, I hope we die quickly. That was awesome. That is
great.
Star Trek humor.
Yes.
Going back to the original series, that is the type of like Kirk, McCoy type of humor right there. I love that.
Riker's had the best lines in that so far.
Yeah,
Riker's been great.
That reminded me of Spock too.
Riker has, and I've seen a lot of online, Frakes reflecting on how he was recruited, and they said Riker has a lot in this season. I'm like, and every bit of it he's nailed. Every bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, he matured, had kids, became a captain. That one thing that held him back for so many years. So we've seen him go through a lot. I like it. All right, I'll hop off. Let everybody.
Thank you, because we got Mama
Debbie.
Bear next, and then
You're
Ghost
the
Rider's
man,
going to
Matt.
take us
Appreciate
home.
you, bro.
Oh, we have super chat. All right, you got it.
Listen to me, Matt. I'm making some of this for you.
Oh no.
Aurora uplinks with a $2
No,
super
good.
chat. The stunt actor for Mando can be Mando now. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Oh,
Why not?
Mama Bear's time, and she disappeared. Oh, she's
No,
back.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. You flashed away for a second.
Take it away, Deb.
Go
Yeah,
for it, Debbie.
my alarm is anyway. My phone's acting crazy. A couple things. First off, I was at the hospital today with my daughter visiting her, and she was resting, and I was watching the video of the curse word, and just I had it. I didn't think I had it up very loud, and she looked at me. She said, "Did I just think I heard what?" Or I thought I heard. And I said, what'd you think you heard? And she has no idea about what goes on in Mandalorian. And she said it exactly. I said, well, I guess that really is true then. That is what it said. So, and she just heard it off my phone as I was sitting there watching it while she was sleeping. So yes, it was not
and it's so funny
it
because
was
the
really there.
subtitle when that happened said "Speaking en Zelen," right? But after we saw that video, I can't unhear it now, Coach. I can't unhear.
Oh, that's all I hear now.
Yeah.
I hear it because I didn't hear it the first time. So it just shocked me when she said, did I just hear that? And so I said, wow, that just made me laugh. I was so glad she was, with it to hear it. But anyway, where to start? I don't care who plays the part of Din, as long as we still have the character. That's where I'm at with that. Because
so you'd be fine with a completely different voice,
unless they're going to take him take the helmet off, it doesn't matter.
So if it was the same
Well, like
character
you
with
say,
a
they
kid
can
with a
synthesize
different
voices. They do
you'd
it all
be
the
fine?
time. I don't care.
Okay.
I like the character of Din. I mean, for me, it would be a loss for that character to go this season. Now, I was expecting 4 years of Din based on what they said. And then after season 4, I figure he'd have that. They jumped some time. Not that he'd be that much older, but where Grogu was a little bit even more developed and almost preparing him for something. And then that's when he would move on and go somewhere else to finish his training, knowing that possibility is going to happen. I don't know whether he's going to live or die or not after this. I totally agree with the ones though that think it's a waste of season 4 if he's not there. That's Din Djarin character is not there. I think having Bo-Katan die would be a tremendous act of power for that show, because I probably think somehow along the line it would go back to Din, because having her die, she's always wanted that position and was about to get it fulfilled in the way she would have wanted to have run the Mandalorians. And Din has never wanted the position. So having him die to never get the position wouldn't be a big thing. But then if she dies, and he would take that in her honor by winning the position back or killing Moff Gideon, would make it so much more meaningful.
Yeah.
So I would like to see that be the thing that happens. I mean, that would be a much better situation, I think, where, he takes it in honor of her, he wins it from Moff Gideon and kills him, and that would be awesome. So, but that won't happen because it's an idea that I had. So anyway, I just think that's a better situation. I know there's going to be probably a lot of deaths in this of
probably a lot of
people
Mando.
we want and don't want, but the biggest one for me is, I think there's going to be several characters that wind up getting taken out, more than one. there'll be one big one, and then there'll be several next character down levels, I think. So who they are, I don't know. But if anybody gets any spoilers, please put them in my message on because I need to know. After The Last Jedi, the more I know, the better.
Well, the spoilers.
I don't get as upset.
If you guys don't want to know spoilers, mute right now. But the spoiler of Din Djarin dying leaked back in February. In the last
well, yeah,
episode
but
of
there's
the
a lot
season.
of things that have leaked.
Yeah. So that
Yeah.
is a spoiler that it did leak. Whether it's true or not, I mean, I have no
Well,
idea.
I think related to that, right, Nick, is the whole whatever this anointing ceremony that allegedly happens. He's not present.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That was another one of the ones.
What you can infer from that might be that he doesn't make it, or it might be he's still captive, or but there is a mitigating circumstance. It would seem that character is not present at the culminating event of this season. Take that with the pound of salt. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna die, but like I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Yeah.
The other thing, and I am gonna, the season has not been good. I have said that. I grade mine a little different. I know that Coach and Nick grade not only as a fan but as as reviewers, which is what they do for the show. I strictly grade as a fan, and so mine are always a little bit higher. But it hasn't been a good season, and I've stated that. But I know a lot of people, and this is what I want to let Tatooine know, especially, is that they're hatred of Star Wars and hatred. Don't ever let that get any of you down, because I don't believe in that. And I know Nick and Coach, you've stated this too, that just because it's not because you hate it, you want it to be good.
Yeah.
You just dislike the way it's gone. For me, right. And I know that. For me, nothing can take away everything that my love for Star Wars, for X-Files, and Star Trek have given me in my 69 years of life, which I was 10 years old when Star Trek came out. Okay, so for 59 of my 69 years, I have had so much love and meeting of people that no matter what happens with the shows, I will never lose my love for them because of who I've met. So I have met the sweetest people, the nicest people. I've gone to places I never thought I would go, such as to England and to France. That was because of X-Files. I've met up with a lot of the people from EBN in Memphis. I have been all across the United States because of X-Files. That happened because of those shows. That happened because of the people I met. Don't ever think that because things aren't going the way you want, that you lose the love you feel for what those shows mean to you. They mean everything to me. And I will never, no matter how bad things get, let it take me down to the point that I hate it. Because I go back and I rewatch the things that made me love the show. It will never die. And if you just get to the point where it's that way, I pray for you, because it's the good things and the things that give me the people that I've been with, your memories, and the people that I will never ever take it from me. So just know that Star.
Uh-oh. You lose her again?
Did we lose Mama Bear?
My alarm's
Oh,
going off
there
on
you
my
are.
phone. Yeah, Star Wars will never die for me. Star Trek will never die, and X-Files will never die. Even though some things piss me off, but it will never die.
Yeah, me and Coach have said
I've
that.
made too many friends. Been too
I
many
agree.
places.
Yeah. Yep, definitely.
All right, Debbie. Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you,
And the best
Debbie.
thing, of course, was 2.5 years ago when I met EBN.
Yeah.
I will see you all in the Picard. I'll be.
Has it been 2.5 years, Debbie?
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
That was a joke, right? That was a joke.
All right, Debbie. We'll
For
see you
me.
in a
But
second. So,
I'll be
Yep.
watching until we go over.
all
Love
right.
you all. Bye.
Thank you, Debbie.
Discord.
All right. So we had a late joiner. So Ghost Rider and then John C. And let's zoom because we're running really, really long and we have some super chats yet that we need to get to. So Ghost Rider
right.
and then we'll do the super chats.
All right. Well, I'll go through my notes as quick like a bunny. Okay.
Right.
All right. So here we go. First off, my top 10 captains for Star Trek are Sisko, Kirk, Picard, Archer, Shaw, Janeway, Riker, Pike, Kelvin Kirk, Mikey, Spock. If I have to have a 10th.
Cisco number 1. Yeah, that's
Hell yeah, man. Cisco's the best, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Number one.
Yes. He's the only one that punched Q. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Very true. Very true.
All right. So
I only like 7 of 9.
Yo,
He's not a captain.
Everyone loves Jerry Ryan. All right.
Not yet. Well, now she's a
whatever
captain.
I'll call her whatever she wants.
Spoilers, Risman. Spoilers.
Sorry.
Yeah, there are some people that haven't seen it, unfortunately. But all right. So, large Mandalorian battle. There is one clan that I know of in Legends that I was saying before. It's a clan Awad on the planet of Vlemethport, which is in the Outer Rim near Nalhutta, by the galactic map.
Is that in the EU books?
Yes, that is Legends.
Okay, so that's not Disney canon then, right?
No, that is not
Okay.
Disney
Okay.
canon. That is Legends. I'm saying that is the only one that I know of that's big enough to to make a significant change in the tide of battle from an Imperial remnant force. They are a group of Mandalorians that left Mandalore when Satine took over and started making it pacifist before the Clone Wars started. So that goes, as far as that story goes, that goes way back to that time. What else? Oh, this Mando season 3 is, I believe, all right, this is speculation. I know Matt does not believe me. Whatever I say, he says I am a Jon Favreau fanboy. Whatever. I'm a story guy. Okay, that is what I am. I look at the evidence and I draw conclusions using critical thought. Okay. Now, Mando season 3 has done a few things. One, it has made Din Djarin, a very capable warrior, into a bumbling idiot. Okay.
Yes.
Two,
I'm sorry I made Jabba laugh at you. But you were right.
It has destroyed everything that came before. All right. And 3, it has diminished, because it was diminishing the strong male protagonist, put the strong women in charge. Okay. Now I like Bo-Katan as much as the next guy. All right. Katie Sackhoff is an excellent actress. Bo-Katan's a pretty, it's an okay character. She's not my favorite, but she's okay. As far as this story goes, I don't feel she has earned her place in this story. If you include Rebels and Clone Wars, then I can understand. But the normies that haven't seen those, I don't think she has quite earned her place as far as the Mandalorian story goes. I feel like she has been handed everything, and through, whether that be through bad writing loopholes or just, actually it's all just bad writing loopholes. Now, as far as the bad writing goes, all of this is not Jon Favreau's writing. Okay, he may be credited with it, and he may be the one that takes the blame, so to speak. But there is no way in heck that he was the one that wrote this. This has Kathleen Kennedy mismanagement, BS all over it. This is 100% her MO. You take a look at the sequel trilogy and you take a look at Mando season 3, it matches up almost beat for beat. Destroy what came before, destroy the strong male protagonist, insert strong wham in here. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, and never underestimate Kathleen Kennedy's ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Just saying.
Okay, I think that was backwards, but good. Thanks, Ghost Rider. Thanks.
Oh,
for
that wasn't backwards. That was completely how she does it.
Okay. Well, thanks for those thoughts. I'm not going to get off on a Favreau tirade. We're short on time. John's still going to go. I'm going to clear these super chats. Thanks for coming back on. Always appreciate having you, your Ghost Rider.
Yep.
All right, let's hit these super chats. So Aurora uplinks for $5. Pedro Pascal will be back. Others won't hire after he abandoned the Mandalorian. A staple project for Disney Star Wars, and he will be more humble. Gosh, I couldn't disagree more. He's already just, his career is to the moon since his taking this role. I would say, if anything, Disney Lucasfilm needs Pedro more than Pedro needs them. So I appreciate the super chat, Aurora, but I'm on the absolute opposite end of this particular one. So thanks for popping in earlier, and thanks for the $5. Let's see, Toddzilla, $2. Yes, Mando stuntman Brendan is John Wayne's grandson. Sure is. Sure is. Amazing. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the $2. All right, Clifton 3D. Hello. For €5.99. Why does the Empire care about the Mandos? Why do they care about Mandalore or Navarro? If the Empire left them alone, does it change their goals? So I think the only one who cares is Gideon, because he has had a vested interest in both places. In Navarro and that cloning operation and the base that we saw there, and now in this installation on Mandalore. And I think the Shadow Council understands some part of that is important to their broader mission, and that's why they were so quick to authorize what he needed when he said basically he said they're coming here. I believe he was on Mandalore interacting with the Shadow Council when then he said they want to retake Mandalore. I don't think we knew it at that point, but as soon as they came around the corner and everything started happening, I'm like, okay, he was there when that happened, I think. So I think that's why there's a vested interest in both places. And I think that may also be why I was going to call her Lieutenant Biscuits, because that's what some people are calling her. But that's why Kane wanted to wipe some part of Pershing's mind, right? I think and that's why the pirates were trying to retake Navarro. There's a lot of things going on here that are all interrelated, specifically for Moff Gideon's agenda. So Clifton, thanks for the €5.99. Appreciate it. And then we've got Toddzilla again for $5. My soul sank when Jon Favreau's character gets stabbed in the back by a sequel trilogy First Order trooper. It's foreshadowing about Favreau's future. So, again, referring to Paz Vizsla, character that up until this season, Jon Favreau voiced. And then, of course, the Praetorians, which we know from the sequel trilogy, but apparently the canon says that Brendel Hux, who we saw in the Shadow Council, the reason why he was a commandant in the academy that he ran, he took his cues from the Jedi. He raised young children into being, soldiers, and he was responsible for starting the Praetorians. So whether it foreshadows Favreau's future, I don't know. But there is a part of this that, who decided to kill the character off? Did he just not want to continue with it when he was done? There is parts of this that I agree are quite weird, but For all I know, he was the one who decided that Paz Vizsla was going to bite it this season. I don't know. I don't know. Or on Ghost Rider's point, he had nothing to do with it, and KK is like, done. I don't know. But thanks for the $5. Thanks for being here as always, Toddzilla. All right, I think I got them all. If I missed any, bitch at me in the chat. All right, John C, take us home.
All right,
no
buddy.
whiteboards today. Take us.
Oh no, I got one.
succinctly.
It's super fast.
Oh, I knew the whiteboard was coming. Very succinctly.
It's like 90 seconds, man. I got that. That's no
All
problem.
right,
Real
all
quick.
right. Thank you.
So basically, back to what you guys were saying about Rick Famuyiwa, like that, they need to just give this guy more to do, because I went back and looked at his episodes. Season 1, The Child. Season 1, also The Prisoner. Both 2 awesome episodes. Season 2, The Believer, which was the Mayfield episode. Season 3 was The Apostate. He did the opening. He did the first episode, and then these last 2 episodes of the series. And they also cued him for the first episode of Ahsoka. So the first episode of Ahsoka is going to be directed by Famuyiwa, which was on IMDb. I was just looking up. In terms of the board, basically, this is my predictions for what we're going to see next week, just based on what we've gotten from them writing-wise so far this season, and just where that last thing left off. So I'll go through this super quick. Basically, the show's going to pick up right where we left off, because we're in the middle of action right there. So that it's just the next episode's going to just jump right into it and pick that up. We're going to find out, where did Axe go? He went up to the surface, but the ship had already taken off. There's nowhere for him to go. There's no more ships. They came down in the gauntlet, and that was it. We're going to see a big space battle, obviously, in the next episode. So the Armorer is back up on the capital ship. So she'll be doing something there with, but we don't have any named characters on that ship. They've all gone down to the planet. So it's basically like the Armorer and the capital ship, and everybody else in there, we have no named individuals.
Do you think we'll actually get an actual space battle, or do you think it's going to be in atmosphere?
No, we'll get a space battle. Oh, that's right, because
the ships
was atmosphere. Yeah, so it's going to be.
I'm so tired of the in atmosphere stuff. I'm ready for space battles.
I have to say, we do have one small piece of the trailer we haven't seen yet, and that's a Fang fighter after TIE Interceptor battle, and it was in atmosphere. So I'm not saying the whole battle will necessarily be in atmosphere, but I think chances are good, Nick, that you'll be disappointed.
Probably. Probably. This whole season's been disappointing to me.
I know.
I'm not expecting any less from this.
They're going to use the atmosphere. They're going to use the atmosphere. They've talked about it. They mentioned it in the last episode, foreshadowing. I'm sure in the battle they're going to use the atmosphere and not being able to use sensors or something like that with just the gauntlets and the TIE fighters fighting each other. Basically, then we're going to get the final assist by the New Republic, because it was just set up with Carson. Carson Teva is going to come in because he saw that it was Mandalorians. So that was all set up. So we can expect, people were saying Boba Fett's going to come out of nowhere. I don't agree that another faction of the Mandalorians are going to come in. You're not going to introduce them in the last episode. So we're going to have the New Republic come in and save the day, help them out. The Armorer is the spy. Just everything that's being set up. There's just way too many clues for this not to be, what it was. The fact that she wanted to go back to the ship for no reason, get out of there before everybody was led to their deaths. Grogu, we're going to see him fight in the mech suit. Definitely. They set it up. They're going to pay it off. We'll get to see some sort of thing with Grogu fighting in the mech suit. The Imperial base is going to be destroyed. What's going to happen most likely is Bo's going to ride the Lickamythosaur. And then they're going to have something where they're both underground and one group needs to go back up to the surface. And then, she's like, I got to go do this thing. And everybody's like, what are you doing? She's like, trust me. She goes, finds the mythosaur, takes the mythosaur, goes through the Imperial base, destroys it. And basically, I think, thinking about it a lot, we're going to probably lose Din, because that whole scene with him saying, I'll follow you, I'll swear myself to you.
McQueen.
That's like a setup for, I'll take a bullet for you. That's basically what he's saying. Like he's like, I'm going to take a bullet for you. So they kind of set it up in like a little, in last episode, and they're going to pay it off. And I think that that'll be the hurt, is he's going to go out saving her. You know, that's the big thing for his death, his honorable, you know, because he was talking about, I don't care about the dark saber, I care about honor, and I'll follow you. It's like, okay, the writing hasn't been that in depth this season. So
No.
I think it's safe to say that it's pretty predictable.
Yeah.
Kind of, if you look at what they've given us so far, it's not like we're going to have this massive turnaround with just amazing writing. I think it's just going to be kind of on the nose.
Yeah.
So, and then they'll do the transition. Pedro will be out, and Katie Sackhoff will be the Mandalorian for season 4. They wrap it up. Boom, goes into Ahsoka. Done. Favreau's gone.
Yeah, I heard the Mythosaur is going to wreak havoc in this next episode before it's tamed, and I
There
can
you
totally
go.
see that happening.
I'm sort of expecting that if Gideon's base does get destroyed somehow, it will be Bo
By
on the Mythosaur doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, how else are you going to destroy a base that massive? I mean, that base was huge, multi-layer. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have explosives, they don't have weapons. If the New Republic comes in, they're going to be handling what's going on with the capital, with the light cruiser. They'll be dealing with that. But yeah.
And
That's
apparently Grogu's going to be fighting a bunch of stormtroopers on a frozen lake on Mandalore as well, in the IG-12 suit.
So using the Force and fighting with the IG-12 suit.
I guess, but the thing is, we haven't seen that IG suit have any weapons or guns or anything. So I'll be curious to see. How that plays out.
I think we're definitely looking at it around. It's got to be, for all the little things that they need to tie up, it's got to be about 45 minutes at least. For this finale.
Episode's been confirmed by the same folks that have always been confirming the lengths at 38 minutes.
Wow.
Well, and part of the reason why I think it seems
Of actual showtime, or does that include intro and credits?
I don't know the answer to that for sure, but I think part of the reason why it seems awfully short is the same. There's been the rumors that say the episode we just saw and the finale were supposed to be one big episode.
That makes sense.
And through editing and some of the other stuff that they've done, which we've already seen weird edit cuts throughout this season, but all that shook out to separate these two episodes in the way that they're playing out. So we will absolutely pick right up where we left off, and they'll just finish it off, and we'll be done with it. Whether there's a payoff there, whether we like it, don't like it, I have a lot to talk about next week. But that's part of the reason why I think it's so short.
Well, we'll check next week. You guys saw my board, man, so we'll see which ones.
There's going to be a lot to discuss next week after the next episode for sure.
All right. Well, Coach and Nick, I think we did it.
Yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours.
I know.
I told you guys it's going to be a long one. Buckle up.
Coach was like, "I'm good, man. I'm good. We can go
I am.
long."
What are you talking about?
Like, all right.
I did have to stand up. I couldn't. My booty lost its feeling.
I had to stand up and walk around a couple times.
I'm getting these salty ass messages from people on Facebook. God dang.
Oh, all right. Take us home, somebody. Let's go.
All right.
We got a Picard episode to watch.
Yes. Members, Discord. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. So without further ado, no, seriously, thank you guys for being here tonight. And it means a lot to us. You guys already know that. Like, wow. 24 new members to the channel tonight.
Awesome.
So many of you have been here with us the whole time. It just means a lot. Like, this is a highlight of the week for us every week. Our main show.
As many as 400 more people were here at one point, and still 250 folks have stuck with us since popping. So God bless y'all. Really,
we'll be chill streaming on Thursday, and going over Mando with you. I hope you guys have a great Sunday.
I will not be here Thursday. I will be in Louisiana with Valiant Renegade. So if we're gonna stream, we'll have to do it Wednesday night. Otherwise, you'll have to do it with Risman.
I'm streaming Thursday, like I said.
I'll be here Thursday.
So we'll be here talking all Mando and Picard with you. It's going to be great. So,
yep.
Yes, Chillstream Thursday. Chillstream Thursday. All right, that's going to do it for us. Members, head on over to Discord. We will watch this Picard episode, and I think the Anzellans said it best.
Oh, it's crazy!
Well,
Coach and Nick from Echo Base Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens.